This gives you an idea of some of the surrounding landscape, including the ATV dealership that's immediately across the street. There are homes south of us, as we've discussed, that are non-conforming uses that are in the industrial classification. We've met with some of those homeowners as well who attended our community meeting. They had some specific requests from us, which we've incorporated in the proposal, and I'd like to highlight those as well as we go forward. You go to the next slide. This is the concept plan or land plan for the project. You'll see that we're providing for a paved parking area for our employees. There'll also be a yard for the storage of some materials that are used really on a just-in-time basis. So we would have some mulch stored on site, as well as seasonal flowers that are used to service locations around the community that have landscaping needs. So subdivisions and HOAs are large customers. We've already been into some discussions with our neighbors to the west about possibly doing some work for that subdivision. And then they also serve a lot of the new development that's occurred in and around the area that has substantial landscaping, in particular at their entryways and in their buffer yards. Many times they are landscaping areas that are required by the town of Zionsville and other zoning authorities, and those need to be properly maintained with professionals that have a location in the area. You'll see to the west, we have added an additional 20 feet to the existing 50-foot buffer, which we can talk about in detail. So together we'll have a 70-foot natural buffer between the property owners to the west and our use, and that's included with detailed landscaping that would go within that buffer area. And that was something that the Westwood HOA was very in favor of. We're not technically required to provide a buffer for the single family homes to the south that are in the industrial zoning classification, but they asked for that treatment to be extended on around to the southern portion of the property, which we've also done. You'll see that the graphic depicts a small office. That's the existing home on the property today that would be used for the on-site office space. We anticipate having up to 2 administrative personnel on site at any one time. Jonathan mentioned that we may have upwards to 80 employees coming on the site to really gather and then disperse. They don't work on the site. There's nothing for them to do on the site. It's just a gathering point. They get into their individual crew vehicles, and then they leave and go out into the community and provide their services. And so to the extent there is traffic, it's very intermittent. It isn't continuous throughout the day. That's important as we talk about what some of the other permitted land uses are. I should also add that it's not a 7-day-a-week business. It's a 5-day-a-week business. So there is not weekend activities. The other very attractive feature is the seasonality of the business. About 4.5 months out of the year, it's basically downtime for the landscaping business. And so during that period of time, they would have as few as just a couple administrative personnel up to a dozen or so employees on site that are there to perform maintenance, maybe do some snow removal in the area. But it's a much less intense aspect to the business, which is also important when you compare it to some of the other permitted land uses for the site, which we can talk about as well. Relative to noise, there's actually been some discussion with the neighbors that this might actually help noise. They have noise today, primarily from the interstate being in close proximity. And so the idea that we can augment and supplement the vegetative barrier between the properties is actually an attractive feature for the project. And we think will actually mitigate existing noise Dust, don't anticipate having any additional dust. The traffic on the property is on the paved area. And so we wouldn't anticipate having or creating any dust from the activities on site. And lighting on our site is really limited to a security light, much like a porch light on our office. We don't have a lighted parking lot. There aren't nighttime operations. We don't invite the public to the site. There's no retail sales. And so the intensity of the use is seasonal in nature, limited to weekdays, and also limited to the activities that are actually taking place on site, other than gathering and dispersing in the mornings, and then the employees leaving in the late afternoon and early evening. If you go to the next slide. This is some of the items I wanted to detail from our plan of operation. We believe that the proposal does meet each one of the findings, and that those findings can be tied back to specific statements that are contained in the plan of operation. One is that this is a satellite maintenance facility. It's not meant for bulk storage. There's not fertilizer on site, for example. It's really just-in-time materials to provide for an immediate need in the surrounding vicinity. They're going to convert the existing residence to an office, upgrade that property. We'd have, like I mentioned, a couple administrative personnel. We have seasonal field staff, and our season is from what's coming up here, hopefully mid-April to early November, where we'd have that gathering and dispersing. The rest of the time is fairly downtime. We're closed on the weekends. And then should we receive approval tonight, we would be going through development plan approval with regard to the specific on-site improvements that are required. Go to the next slide. You may not be able to see this well, but let me just highlight a few things. This is the table out of the permitted use table that's in the zoning ordinance today. And what you see is that a landscape business is not permitted in any zoning classification inside the town of Zionsville. It's a special exception. But curiously enough, a contractor with outdoor storage and a plant nursery are both permitted uses in the I2, but a landscaping business, which would substantially overlap with those two permitted uses, is not permitted. In addition, there are many other much more intense land uses that are permitted on the site without any special exception review, which include a truck terminal, a scrap yard, a number of other land uses that the property could be put through today or put to use today for, and without a special exception. We wanted to make that point because one of the things that has been attractive to property owners adjoining the site is that this use, particularly as it's screened from adjoining properties and its maintenance and seasonal aspect, does have a nice fit at this location and is a far cry better than some of the other more intense land uses that may arrive should this not go forward. So we wanted to highlight that. Go to the next slide. Wanted to just go through a little bit of the zoning history because it's I think very important to kind of how we wound up in this position. But for a very long time, I just went back about 30 years or so. For a very long time, this was part of the industrial corridor in Western Eagle Township, I think viewed largely as the area where the school district's tax base could be grown over time. As I mentioned, the property was annexed in 2007 and taken out of Zionsville's kind of purview, added into Whitestown's planning. They downzoned the property to the west of us to R3. That property was platted in 2015. In 2017, Whitestown modified its buffer yard requirements to basically provide for a more natural buffer between adjoining properties. They dispensed with the requirement for a masonry wall. The landowner that's present here today and the developer of the Westwood subdivision did negotiate so that a 50-foot wide buffer was maintained between the two properties because during the rezoning process and the platting process, it was repeatedly noted to the planning authorities that this property was zoned I-2 and would someday be developed for an industrial use. And so they were able to maintain that 50-foot wide buffer. And our proposal is to continue to maintain that 50-foot wide buffer, add 20 feet to it on the Farrell property, and enhance it with additional landscaping that really adds to the natural buffer between the properties. Go to the next slide. This has to do with the companion request, which I can pick up should we get to that point in the proposal. But I did want to note that the hardship and really the situation created here is not the result of anything that the landowner has done. Circumstances kind of changed all around it as the property to its west was rezoned, and the buffering requirements of the adjoining jurisdiction changed to really go for a more natural buffer between adjoining properties rather than the requirement for a masonry wall, which we have found is largely repudiated by neighbors who don't want an institutional type look around their homes. They would prefer natural vegetation. And this proposal, we believe, gives the adjoining property owners the opportunity to seize the day, if you will, craft the type of land use, take advantage of the enhanced buffering, and allow those neighbors to continue in a harmonious way without adversely affecting property values. I do also want to emphasize what Jonathan said about the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan does not address this property. There's a dark line where Indianapolis Road is shown, but it does not suggest what the future land use pattern will be. Industrial uses along Indianapolis Road have continued to this day, and we believe will continue along this corridor. There are very few locations across Zionsville's jurisdiction for businesses like this to locate. And so when you do find a gym like this that is zoned for the use but does require this heightened review, we think we've done the responsible thing by meeting with the neighbors, proposing the enhanced landscaping, and coming forward with a proposal that in the continuum of industrial uses or uses that are permitted in an industrial district, in that continuum, it's on the lighter end of the scale. In fact, it's a use that's permitted in the general business and local business districts throughout the rural area of Zionsville's jurisdiction, which we think emphasizes the point that this is at the less intense end of the spectrum and could be a good neighbor for the existing uses that are there, both to the west and to the south, as well as those property owners to our east.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Price from the board?
Not at this time.
Is there a berm that currently exists between the houses directly to the west?
There is. When the Westwood subdivision was approved, it was done with what I refer to as the natural approach. And so what they did was do a 50-foot wide buffer with a 6-foot berm plus the landscaping. Whitestown only had a requirement when that was done of a 30-foot wide buffer, but they kept it at 50. With our additional 20 feet on our property, the collective buffer between the two uses would be 70 feet. And that's part of the reason why we felt like the additional vegetation was a better proposal than going with the masonry wall, because that complemented and can work well with the existing landscaping that they have.
Other questions?
And we saw in one of the letters, I guess the HOA has provided support, and I think it states that they will retain the 50-foot buffer is there anything, a new homeowner board 3 years from now, could they make a change to that, or are they committed that in some form that will be everlasting?
We have a written agreement that's recorded against the property that maintains that 50-foot separation or buffer between the properties. What typically happens and did not happen in this instance is that the first in time with their development is responsible for putting in the required buffer. So that in this case, the R3 or residential developer had that responsibility. Initially, they were required to have a berm, a wall, and the buffer yard. What happened in the interim was Whitestown kind of changed and went to smaller buffers and a more natural approach between landowners. And the masonry wall component kind of got deleted. But what was maintained through that process, and it was because the Farrells were very active, have been very active over the decades, what was maintained is that 50 feet. And that was memorialized. It was larger than what Whitestown required, but it was done in anticipation of this day coming when a proposal would be coming forward.
I have a couple of questions. I notice here that in the plan of operation, that the site will be fully enclosed and secured by a 6-foot galvanized steel fence.
Yes,
I assume that's a chain link type fence.
that's correct.
And that will be positioned where with regard to all of this natural buffering that you're describing?
It would be on the inside of our buffer, and that's to provide security for. They have mowers and leaf blowers and Ford trucks and things of that nature. It's to provide security.
Well, you say Ford trucks, but this says a total of 35 to 40.
Ford, I'm sorry.
Oh, Ford trucks.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
I
sorry.
was thinking, okay.
Yeah.
Brand
Because that's,
specific.
yeah,
Yeah,
what this
sorry.
describes is 35 to 40 Ford 150s or 350s
Correct.
trucks. You mentioned that this is a very seasonal business. Does this business not do any winter services like snow removal? I see salt as one of the things that would be stored here. I'm assuming that's for winter time.
It is. They do some very minimal amount of snow removal and their main business is landscape maintenance. That's really their expertise. I think they do envision having some snow removal if that's a service that turns out to be desired in the area.
Well, I think probably there's a need for that, obviously, but I also had a question because it mentions here 51 parking places and 80 employees, but then in the plan of operation, it mentions that this is providing one space per 3 employees. And when I do my math, 3 times 51 is 153 employees. So what exactly, how many employees are going to be in this business?
I think it's 1 per 3.
Mhm.
So not 3 for each employee. So
No,
it's just
one space per every 3 employees, and there are 51 spaces. So
right.
the math would be
Oh,
153.
you're saying it would
Yeah.
allow more employees?
Right.
Yeah, it's just to allow traffic circulation. So we're using the table for this type of a land use. It's not meant to increase the number of employees.
Okay. All right.
We're agreeing to the plan of operation as far as the number of employees. It just allows folks to pull in and out without having a crowded parking lot. And it meets the what we anticipate to be the code requirements when we go through development plan approval.
Okay. Any other questions for? Drew, do we have anyone online? By the way, if we do, if somebody wants to speak, will you please give us a high sign up here so we know? Thank you. If we have no further questions, is there anyone here who would like to address the board with regard to this petition, either in favor or in opposition? Please, if you would address go to the podium and give your name and address, please, for the record.
While he's getting there, I have an IT question. This monitor is not working. Everyone else is working. Is there a reason for that?
That's not working. So plan commission, this one wasn't working and all the rest of it. So I think it's the luck of the draw on
Yeah.
any given night. Well, that didn't work.
I've had the cord slip out. Yes, sir.
Bernie Scott, and I'm the Southern property owner. And my question is, has there been a traffic study done for Indianapolis Road? From about 6 till 9, it's hard to get out on Indianapolis Road from my driveway. And if the interstate closed down, it's impossible. So has the board did a traffic study for that road?
No, the board has not, and I don't know
And-
whether the petitioner has done a traffic study for this. If you would answer the
And,
gentleman's question.
and what I understand, they're gonna close down that intersection just south of us to put a roundabout in shortly.
Thank you.
We have not done a traffic study yet. What
Thank you.
we would anticipate is that when we go through the development plan approval process, there'll be a determination made at that time whether we need to do that or not at that point. But at this stage, we've not done that. My experience has been as for some of the other industrial uses north on Indianapolis Road, there have in some instances been some limited traffic studies to determine what improvements, if any, to Indianapolis Road. One of the things that makes this site attractive is that it is located on a major thoroughfare where there is relative ease of entrance and exit. And it's in close proximity to a lot of the properties that are being developed in and around the vicinity that have the need for landscaping services.
Thank you.
Mr. Price, if you'd stay there, I have another question. The employees, from the hours of operation, I assume the employees arrive there 6:30, 7, something like that, fairly early. Is it all a narrow band of time in which they come in, trucks are loaded and leave? I mean, it's not something that's continuous, but rather starts in the morning and ends at night?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
It's an opportunity really to gather, huddle up and get their assignments for the day and then leave. And then the traffic is really over until the individuals come back to return their equipment and leave for the day. So it's unlike general contractor businesses, truck terminal, some of the other permitted uses. It isn't a continuous flow of traffic throughout the day.
I would be interested in understanding the security impacts of having this amount of equipment sitting in a site like we're describing with protected by a 6-foot chain link fence, but that's not impermeable. And whether because of the risk of loss of equipment, I mean, we were talking about a number of trucks, lawnmowers, blowers, all of the equipment that comes with that type of a business, how you can assure the neighbors that this is not going to become a target for criminal trespass and theft. And so the trade-off between security, which requires lighting, and disturbance of the neighbors, which is a result of lighting, of that type of lighting. I'd like to hear somebody talk a little bit about, is all that equipment going to be sitting there all year round? Is it going to be taken somewhere else to another place to be stored when the spring and summer are over? I mean, I think I'd kind of like to hear, because it seems to me like we are talking about something that could be injurious to the public health and welfare.
Yeah. One thing I could clarify is, as far as the handheld equipment that you'll see the landscaping crews working with that might be enticing to someone who wanted to take it, that is actually secured inside the vehicle, the trailer, the enclosed trailer for the vehicles in the evening. So it's it's locked up and inside that trailer, so it's not sitting out in the open. The long-term plans for the site, once the business gets settled in, is to have an enclosed shop, an actual building where they could have their shop equipment and things like that actually stored inside. Those activities just won't take place at this location immediately. They'll continue to do it out of their corporate headquarter location. And then I think during the off season, their equipment would be stored off site as well. There just isn't a reason to have anything there.
Matt, I got a question about the fuel tank storage. When you're talking about fuel tank storage, this is going to be a concrete fuels type facility, not a gravity flow, for lack of a better word, 55-gallon drum type
Correct.
setups that are
Correct.
obtrusive.
Correct. Yeah, it's very, very small tank just for their own individual use and convenience. With the appropriate, we've spoken already to the town of Zionsville about that, with the appropriate safeguards, no underground storage tank.
Discussion here amongst the board members. Are you confident that we have adequately discussed these criteria that we need?
I think we have more remonstrance. There was somebody else that got up, wanted to speak.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry,
we-
please.
We transitioned over.
Sorry, please give your name and address. Thank you. My
Hi.
apologies.
No worries. Good evening. Name's Nathan Harris. Address is 7286 Deacon Drive. I live in the Westwood Landing subdivision. I'm a member of the HOA board. So we did craft a letter in support. Mr. Price and his client reached out to us to propose, a responsible setup between us and the proposed business. There's been a number of other businesses that have been proposed there over the years that have been way more intensive. I think a storage unit was proposed that would have lighting 24/7, traffic 24/7, potential high-rise type building like what's across the street. We're in favor of this use and the landscaping because of the nature of the business and the limited hours. It's a great alternative to what could potentially go there by right per the zoning of I-2. If you're speaking about comprehensive plan, it'd be nice to maybe list out some less intensive uses in the comp plan. I believe the roundabout that the other gentleman that said it's going to be under construction, directly adjacent to that in south, they're proposing very nice townhomes. So, industrial fits on the interstate side of Indianapolis Road, but not really on the other side of Indianapolis Road. Obviously, we can't change the zoning tonight, but this use is much more preferred than something else that could potentially go in that this board would not have any control over. Just wanted to say that from a member of the community and a member of the HOA. One last thing is they spoke about the fence. I think it's listed as galvanized. We did speak with them. They're amenable to like a black vinyl, which would be a little more appealing, say when some of the leaves from the trees fall off or something like that. So we would like to maybe have a request for black vinyl on the chain link. But other than that, we're perfectly fine with the proposal. Thank you.
Just for the clarity, you said black vinyl fencing?
Yes, correct. I believe the lady spoke with galvanized was in the proposal, but
What's on the plan of operation is a 6-foot galvanized steel black fence.
oh, okay. So that works. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Drew,
Somebody online.
we have somebody online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Here, let me. I intended to be at the hearing tonight, but at the original proposed date, we're out of town right now, so sorry, and I just had to step outside. But I just wanted to. My name is John Kozlowski. I'm in 7395 Doyle Drive. So right to the west of the property line, the house butted up against the common area, with the electrical wires, running through. So yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm in favor of, and my family's in favor of this, proposed operation. From what we know could be there, we have 3 sons, 3 young boys, play outside a lot. And you know, we really didn't have any concerns for safety in regard to what the operation would bring. I mean, I think any business brings an element of, you know, activity. But you know, from the landscape line, along the property line, the landscaping that they're proposing, the extra 20 feet, the company, they Midwest Landscaping, has been very communicative, through this entire process, hearing our requests and our concerns. So yeah, I just, wanted to say, my family is in favor of this operation.
Thank you. We appreciate you taking your time from your vacation to give us your input. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you for hearing me.
My name is Mike Farrell. I live in Whitestown, 7267 East 300 South. I'm the property owner that is selling the land. And I want to address a few of the comments that were made tonight. One is the security. I'm also involved with the opening of the Polaris dealership across the street. And believe me, the power sports vehicles, ATVs, are real targets for thieves. I was so glad to see the area develop with the people that are coming to the area. And I can tell you that our problems essentially has gone away as the area has developed. And I think you'll find the same thing with the equipment that they would have on site. There's too many people around. People want to go to a secluded area to do their thievery. And it's just gotten a lot better. So I'm glad to say that. We haven't had a problem in probably 15 years now. The other thing I wanted to address is the old saying about the best surprise is no surprise. When the property to the west, the Westwood property, was being rezoned and developed, we worked very closely with the developer in the town of Whitestown, knowing that this day would come sometime. And you're right, we did resolve an enhanced buffer for their standards, per the Whitestown standards, an enhanced buffer that was kept. And further than that, as Matt had mentioned, that was memorialized. And in fact, the property that we're talking about tonight has per the covenants that were recorded in the properties, and all the owners that buy into Westwood, of course, see the covenants, and they know the covenants. And the covenants clearly state that the buffer yard that's on the Westwood property could be shared, used by the developer of my property. And it clearly states in that same language that it's zoned industrial. So there'll be no surprise to anybody moving into the Westwood that they're moving in next to industrial land. So this certainly is a good light duty usage for that parcel that I think should be a sigh of relief to many in the community compared to what it could be. In terms of the uses of the surrounding areas, yet they're zoned I2. I think the term you used was non-conforming approved uses. I know when I purchased the land, the house just to the south was used for a business called Myers Cabinets. They since moved up the road, but that was in fact a business. Another parcel that is kind of catty-corner to mine, I don't know if you call it southeast, I guess, is currently operating as a business. People come in the morning and they leave, but it's no surprise that the area is used as industrial usage. So I just wanted to clarify a few points.
Thank you for your comments.
Any question for the petitioner? So we heard that you may have a storage building planned sometime in the future. Is there anything else you're anticipating right now, building or adding to the site that isn't shown on the plans?
No, that's really it. It's more of just a, they're hoping to be a part of the community. They've already worked with, for example, Westwood about potentially being their landscape provider. And I think they want to kind of take it as it comes. If their business does what they anticipate it'll do, they're already servicing, for example, like City of Carmel, Parks and Recreation. They believe there's opportunities here with Zionsville as well. They're just going to make it a nicer and nicer site, and they believe it'll be a great outlet, for their satellite location. Adam was also mentioning to me about the storage, that they have a large warehouse facility where their headquarters is located, and that is where they house their equipment during the down part of the season.
They do mention here in their plan of operation that a storage container may be used on a temporary basis until a pole barn is constructed. So I assume that means that there is a plan to build a pole barn at some point. Is that right?
That's right.
I think that's answer
Okay.
to your questions.
Do you have a timeline on that? How long will a storage container be sitting there until a pole barn is constructed?
You want to speak to that?
Please approach the podium, give your name and address, please. Thank
Adam
you.
Blossing, Midwest Landscape Industries. I don't think there's a set time frame as far as when we're going to put a storage facility or a barn there. But it's in due time for us to be able to really service the community. And that's what our goal is we'd have just temporary storage that would be on site at the moment. And then our goal would be to build a smaller structure that could house the equipment and really service the community. That's our goal, is to maintain, service, help, the businesses around growing currently, and what's projected. We want to be a part of that, especially with the community that we're already servicing. We feel that this is a great location for us to service quickly for our clients and for others in and around. So,
Thank you. Discussion? Board members, thoughts? Have we answered our 3 criteria? What are our?
Ourselves, the definition of landscape contractor and landscape nurseries is razor thin in our
Yeah.
ordinance definitions, right? And nursery would be allowed. Nurseries worse in some ways. Equipment would be running, all day. So
There's not a far step between the two, I guess. Why wasn't the approach of this being a nursery looked at? Is it? I guess that's what I agree. with you.
I would like to, to
Increase
clarify on the
maintenance.
contractor
Yeah.
versus, this is a maintenance operation. It's not a construction operation that we're looking to have in this location. We do have construction a part of our business on our northeast side, but when we talk about our construction side, majority of our folks are directing out to those jobs. We don't have that here. We're maintaining on just a consistent daily basis with our crews to go out. And it's very minimal traffic, to be honest with you. When they go out in the morning, we come in, if we look at our operation, safety is number one as well. I want to make that as a point, because when we start a business, we want to be safe in the community. And that's our objective when our crews go out. But in the mornings, they're doing a nice, stretch and flex to prepare for the day. And then they're really within 20 minutes, they're out the door from start to finish. So it's a very minimal time that they have from when they get loaded. They're already preloaded anyway from their trailers, like you had mentioned, and they're basically getting their assignments, making sure there's no additional needs, and then they're heading out to serve the community.
So referring back here, are we convinced that this is not going to adversely affect the neighboring property values and so on? What are the thoughts about that? Let's try to refine.
My
our thinking.
opinion is that it will not. And we've heard that from neighbors. I think even the landowner who is a neighbor has said the same thing. So I had my question about, we have the HOA that has been supported, but will there be others here who aren't supportive? And we have not heard that. One question about, the traffic situation, but I feel comfortable that we've satisfied that.
Well, and the traffic thing, that road in general has traffic, and I know that Whitestown's done studies, and there are more roundabouts to come north of here as development at the Rex property is being proposed. And so this property is going to have a negligible effect on that compared to what the Rex development will. And so there'll be some larger upgrade that has to happen along there at the county or Whitestown level as well. And I don't think it would be injurious to people or the property values. I mean, some of those properties aren't as well maintained probably as this property will be. So I don't see it driving down values from that perspective, especially since really it probably more adversely affects properties to the south because there's less of a buffer. And those are the ones that are already zoned I-2 anyway. So
I think the comprehensive plan, we're struggling with the comprehensive plan that is old.
well, and it's silent. And
It's
so you can take the position that silent means that nothing should be there, or that silent means that anything can be there. And
Yeah, well,
I think staff took the perspective that nothing should, that this shouldn't be there because it's silent. And you could just as easily argue that it should be there because it's silent.
I think staff's position was that since it's silent, we looked at the surrounding land
Right.
uses as a guide to what's appropriate there.
primarily residential.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And can we elaborate on that just for a second as staff?
Please, please. do.
So the first comment I want to make sure I put in here before we make any motions. This is a use variance. So any discussion
No, it's
about,
not.
oh,
No,
not
it's
a use, I mean,
no.
a special exception.
Special-
And any discussion about 80 employees or what's going to be stored, what's not, once you approve the use, unless you attach some way for staff to administratively restrict the components that you're discussing, for example, having 80 employees, we hope as staff that his business thrives. And maybe 4 years from now, he needs 120 employees. There is no way for us to administratively stop that. So you may be told today that 80 employees are going to be on site, or maybe 20 employees, or maybe 2 administrative staff. Just be prepared that once you approve the use in this zoning district, we don't have the ability to stop that from operating unless you put conditions of some sort of restraining nature to it. And then the second thing that I just want to piggyback off of is the use, right? And piggybacking off of the HOA members, I apologize, I didn't catch his name, but essentially the best use for what could be permitted there, right? We would rather have this proposal as opposed to, again, I apologize, I didn't bring my glasses, so I had no chance of reading what was on the screen, but there was a list of uses, and I think one of them was scrapyard or salvage.
Junkyard,
Junkyard.
construction, company storage.
You'll see, the great part about that is that the use maybe sounds a little different and worse than what you're getting. But the unique thing is all of them are going to have buffer requirements, right? So it's not like we're going to allow as a town a scrapyard to go next to your bedroom window, right? There will be buffer requirements that staff will force these developers to adhere to. So it's not a matter of this is the best of the worst thing that I can get. It's a matter of should this go in this location? We know there's new projects coming. There's a new roundabout. There's new townhomes possibly coming down the street. And then the gentleman said he recommended less intense uses on this side of Indianapolis Road. But unfortunately, this is not a rezoning, right? That was his statement. That's a correct statement, but that would indicate that they probably would not want, despite having a letter of support, something this intent as opposed to something else, right? That was his statement. And so the use, just because there are other uses there, doesn't mean that staff is going to let a scrapyard go right next to your bedroom window. There are buffer requirements that all of those uses will have to adhere to.
Yeah, I think
But
the
John-
intent, I think the intensity thing, this is a lot less intense than if it were a green cycle, for example.
Yeah.
Where they've got trucks coming in and out all day long, backing up, storage piles of mulch, creating dust, turning that up. It's more or less a vehicle storage site. And they come and they pick up their vehicle in the morning and they leave. And so I think it is a very minimally intense use, at least as described in the operation plan. Yeah.
So and the question I would ask is if indeed we were thinking we want to put a condition on it so that we're certain that what we are agreeing to is what will be, going forward, is it feasible to use the plan of operation as that metric and say this is what we've agreed to based on the plan of operation that has been presented to us with this number of employees and this level of
The
activity.
problem that I foresee is staff administratively being able to regulate whether or not 80 employees are going to the site, right? I mean, you could place a condition like that, but I don't know unless somebody's got a creative idea about how to regulate that. I don't know how we can cap.
Well, I mean, they don't even have 80 parking spaces.
Right.
Yeah.
So at some point, they're gonna have to bike their employees in, which is pretty not intense.
But they could add and still be within the requirements.
But
of
if
1
they
to 3.
came, but if they came back and wanted to add, I mean,
They could add quite a
They
few
have to go
before
to
they need more
development
parking.
so-
And the plan of operation is a common planning tool to provide the enforcement mechanism. We've done it on facilities all over Zionsville and it's worked very well.
I would think that just the size of the space available will limit to some extent what can be done there
Yeah.
with this business. So
I agree.
Right. All right, are we ready for a motion, make a decision?
I'll offer a motion. I move the docket 2023-59-SC special exception to permit a landscaping contractor business at 7330 South Indianapolis Road be approved as presented and described on the findings in the staff report and staff recommendations, submitted findings of fact, and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans. I
Would
think they're,
Would you be willing to do the conditional approval requiring an approved development plan?
yes, we do have another variance to it. Yes, I will be, yes.
Okay,
Would you like that read in?
Yes, please.
sorry.
Thank you. Again, I'll move the docket 2023-59-SE special exception to permit a landscaping contractor business at 7330 South Indianapolis Road be conditionally approved as presented and described based on the findings in the staff report and staff recommendations, submitted findings of fact, substantial compliance with the submitted site plans, and a conditional requirement that the petitioner to file and receive approval of development plan that would be heard by the Zionsville Plan Commission.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Money. Thank you, Mr. Lake. Any more discussion on this petition?
I only have a question, that is that the staff had recommended that, this must be approved, and I don't know that that needs to be included by the development plan needs to be approved by the Plan Commission. Not sure that that needs to be stated in that motion.
It's a foregone conclusion, actually. It really
Okay.
is. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion to approve conditionally this petition signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Ready to go? Next
Ready to go?
one?
Thank
Okay, thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is docket number 2024-01-DSB. And this is a development standards variance to eliminate the masonry wall buffer yard requirements in the rural general industrial zoning. Ready for a staff report, please?
Yes, ma'am. So as you indicated, this is kind of a continuation of the same subject site. Now we're going to discuss the specific buffer yard requirements. As was discussed, this is specific to the masonry wall. If you look on page 2 of the staff report, you'll find that with the 70-foot buffer provided on chart K, he would have to adhere to the buffer wall 3, which if you go to the following chart, shows a 8-foot, I believe, again, should have brought my glasses, but I believe that's an 8-foot masonry wall. The request is to eliminate that requirement. And so I'll skip, much of the same has been discussed, so I'll skip to the staff analysis and then to our opinion. They're required to adhere to the general industrial zoning standards. Because of the 70-foot buffer, he would have to adhere to buffer wall 3, which again is the 8-foot masonry wall coupled with a 6-foot berm and landscaping, which the 6-foot berm and the landscaping, you've already seen the plan, and the berm is already there as well. So we're talking specific to the masonry wall. Skipping to our staff opinion, staff believes this grant will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. We agree with the petitioner on this criterion. They're providing an additional 20 foot to the already existing 50 with the combined buffer yard of 70 feet, coupled with, as you can see on the screen, the enhanced landscaping. We agree with the petitioner granting this request would not be injurious to the public health, safety, or general welfare of the community. Question 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not, in our opinion, be affected in a substantially adverse manner. We agree with the petitioner. Removing the wall would not result in the surrounding parcels losing their ability to continue to operate. Additionally, the petitioner is providing an additional 20 feet of separation between the use and the residential dwellings to the west. Staff has not seen evidence that this would negatively impact the surrounding property values. Because of these reasons, staff believes the use will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. So we believe this criterion has been met. Moving on to question 3, strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance, we believe will not result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. Staff recognizes this property is unique in its location, abutting property located in Whitestown. However, this property falls within Zionsville's jurisdiction and is required, therefore, to adhere to Zionsville permitting and zoning requirements, right? The petitioner is not caught between conflicting buffer requirements. The elimination of a masonry wall located in Whitestown has no bearing on the petitioner's ability to adhere to the Zionsville buffer yard requirements, including their ability to build the wall. The petitioner is only required to adhere to Zionsville zoning ordinances. In staff's opinion, Whitestown zoning regulations cannot create hardships on Zionsville property jurisdictions. And then additionally, if the request was denied, the petitioner would still have the ability to use the property as a landscape contractor business. I put in my report giving their request for a special exception is approved, which it was. Without the variance, the petitioner would simply have to build the buffer yard according to the zoning ordinance. In addition, section 194082 provides numerous uses within the I-2 zoning district. Denying this variance would not remove those uses. Finally, a claim of unnecessary hardship. Granting a variance cannot be based on self-created conditions. Staff believes the petitioner could construct the wall on their property and thereby comply with the town's development standards. The need for this variance arises from the petitioner's desire not to build the wall, not their inability to do so. And because of those reasons, staff does not believe this criterion has been met. And because it was not met, we do not support the request. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions for Mr. Smith?
What is the purpose from town and planning perspective? What's the purpose of the masonry wall?
Well, I mean, the generic terminology is to buffer, right? To buffer the uses, to help with sound, to help with visual lines of sight. If Mike wants to elaborate a little bit more on did you hear the question?
No, just, yeah, you're right, to mitigate the impact between the adjoining land uses. So, right, noise, lighting, line of sight, really to help further separate the two land uses with a physical barrier.
That answer your question?
Thank you.
The questions from Mr. Smith. Okay, Mr. Price, I think you're up again. Please give your name and address for the record.
I will. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Matt Price, once again for Midwest Landscape Industries. I hadn't planned on this, but I'll just pick up kind of where the dialogue left us with the question. I think it is correct that the wall concept is derived from the notion of keeping land uses separate, really keeping a physical barrier between land uses. And it's perhaps the reason why Zionsville's buffer yard requirements are determined by the underlying zoning district. So you can have the same land use that has a different buffering requirement. It's driven entirely by the district. So to give you an example, if an I-2 is adjoining an R3 as is present here, then there's a uniform buffer requirement that requires a masonry wall, irrespective of what the underlying land use is. So if this property was zoned general business, there would still be a special exception required for the landscaping business, but no masonry wall would be required because when you have a general business use next to a residential use, there is no wall. And I think where that leads us all is to the idea that the wall was really envisioned for when you're separating land uses where I think somebody could get hurt, where you're talking about a manufacturing facility, a facility that has a salvage yard, which was, one point in our history with Rex, where there really was a need to have a physical wall between uses. What we have found in the marketplace and what this board has found as well in other instances is that the residential user typically has great distaste for the wall because it creates kind of a penitentiary kind of look around individual land uses. And so variance has been commonly granted. I also do want to address some points in the staff report about the need for the variance being created by the petitioner. I don't think that's correct at all. The notion that a petitioner can't create the need for their own variance, the classic kind of example of that in Indiana law is a case probably 50, 60 years old now, where a landowner had 100 feet of frontage. They sold off 55 feet of frontage, leaving them with 45 feet. And then they came in and asked for a variance from the minimum frontage requirement, which was 50 feet. And the court said, well, you can't create the need for your own variance. And the focus of that analysis is really on what actions did the petitioner take to put themselves in this position, as opposed to when you're evaluating, did the petitioner end up in this position through no fault or action of their own? And that's really what has occurred here. This land area was once part of a much larger industrial parcel. The land to their west, which is the buffer we're talking about, that land was rezoned. When it was initially rezoned, it had identical buffer requirements. In fact, they were initially going to be required to build a wall on the Westwood Landing property. What happened, I think, in response really to the marketplace and to having a more modernized ordinance is Whitestown came up with the natural buffer concept between properties, removed the obligation on the R3 developer to build the masonry wall, and the Farrells, being active landowners and not just idling by, but actually participating in the land use process, they at least prevailed upon the parties to maintain the 50-foot width. That, as Mr. Mundy and I discussed earlier, that 50-foot width is not required today under the Whitestown ordinance and was not required at the time Westwood Landing was platted. But they were able to agree that in anticipation of the future industrial development, they were going to maintain that 50 feet. And so what our proposal is to really perpetuate the natural buffering between a property that's in an adjoining jurisdiction that has a different regimen, but that different regimen does impact the development of the adjoining property. Just as adjoining properties impact each other when they're in the same jurisdiction, it certainly does when they're in different jurisdictions and have different objectives. So they did not create the need for this variance, but rather it was the change in regulation on the property to the west that really shifted that burden onto this property to build a wall. And the way the parties saw fit to work around that was to have an enhanced width to the buffer of the 70 feet rather than the 50 feet. You can have a buffer yard K can be 50 feet with a 6-foot berm and an 8-foot wall. What we're proposing is the 70-foot total buffer, 6-foot mounding, no wall, but we add the additional 20 feet in vegetation, kind of building upon what the neighboring buffer package includes. And then I might also add, because it was the folks who live to the south have left the meeting earlier, but we had a very good discussion with them at the Hampton Inn in Whitestown a month or so ago, and we worked through the details of this buffer package with them. That's why you didn't hear complaints about the buffer, because we worked very closely with those property owners to develop a buffer package that was respectful of their non-conforming uses, but nevertheless respectful, and that built upon the narrative that we really inherited as a property owner with regard to the natural buffering. But again, that's not a situation that this landowner created. It's a situation that they found themselves in, and they made the most of it and have come up with a responsible alternative that I think meets the needs of the homeowners association, the neighbors to the south, and allows the project to go forward in a sensible manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Questions for Mr. Price?
The plantings that you have suggested here for that buffer zone, are they part of the development plan? I mean, the species and the density, et cetera?
Yes. Yeah, we'll be held to account through that process.
So there will be landscaping requirements. These, I believe, are enhanced, right?
Correct.
So if you want the enhanced version of the landscaping, you need to speculate that as a condition. Otherwise, we have landscaping requirements, minimal landscaping requirements, whatever those are. And he would be required through the DP process to meet the minimal requirements. But what he's submitting is enhanced. I don't know what would be the minimal requirement, but what he is submitting would be above and beyond what would be the minimal requirement. So if you want that plan, make that a condition of approval.
And we could tie that back to the plan that we've shown.
Yeah.
As we were explaining to the neighbors too, we want this to be a excellent representation of the landscaping capabilities of this business. So we intend to do a very good job with it.
The best possible signage.
Best possible signage. We agree. Yep.
Any other comments, or do we have anyone, Drew, online? That is anyone else in the room who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this petition? Discussion? Thoughts? We satisfied with the answer to the questions, the hardship question?
Well, that's the difficult thing here. I think the staff has probably taken the right position there based on what Zionsville requires. But I think in totality, the buffer, the width is greater than would normally be required. The density of the landscaping, and I don't know all that much about it, but I can see that that's a fairly densely landscaped area between the two properties. And so then I ask myself, what does the wall do? I mean, I don't see any value in it. And I think it does create somewhat of a hardship in that there's expense, but you also take up a little more space. And so I question the value of requiring that there be a wall there.
It's there in the winter.
Yeah, and my thing is that clearly our requirements are our requirements and Whitestown's are Whitestown's, but had the original buffer plans been adhered to, the wall would have been there. And to have a large multifamily development bear the cost of that wall versus a smaller parcel bear the cost of that wall. Only because it should have been there and isn't, and therefore we would require it versus an alternative. I mean, hardship's something we've struggled with, and it's fuzzy and it's not easily defined or as easily as we think it should be. I think the town is also, we have to do what's best for the town. The town is trying to be sustainable. There's, the plans are certainly more sustainable than a brick wall that will be there for this one use. And if this use ever goes away, we'll probably get torn down for the next use because they'll probably rezone the property and it won't be required. And so, there'll have been a huge expense, and not only expense, but just a waste of material.
And it could possibly be a trade-off between plants and bricks.
Yeah, and
in the space that's required to put a wall, but also in expense, it may become a trade-off.
I think we have lots of places in our current code where there was an intent, and as well-intentioned as the people were that wrote it, you can meet that intent in multiple ways and probably better ways than what is in there.
Well, I think one way to be sure that if there's no wall required is, according to Mr. Smith's recommendation, to require attached to this approval that the landscaping be of an enhanced landscaping package.
Yeah. Yep.
It would have been nice to hear from the neighbors before they left, but it sounds like it worked extensively.
Yeah, I was going to say, just so because I think this will give you some additional comfort perhaps, is we've gotten very granular about this. The gentleman that was on the screen there, he has some particular species even that he believes is going to help his screening. So when we go to development plan, we've set expectations of what that's going to look like. It is going to be enhanced and it's going to be to their liking. But because we took very seriously, this was a key component to this proposal. We understand that.
Well, I think it's important if you're going to want your neighbors as your clients that you don't start by picking them off,
100%.
making them hate you.
100%.
And this wall would not even go the full length of the western property line, would it? It's not the full length. The wall wouldn't go the full length, would it?
It would.
It'd go underneath. It looks like a utility easement on the north end of that property.
Yeah, there may be some issue with just not being allowed to go underneath the
That's
utilities.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
It's not even going to cover
that's a
the
good
whole
point.
length of the project. So
Potentially creates a stormwater issue.
That actually, it was a concern of the neighbors as well. The way if you see our detention is up at the northern end of the property. And for example, those homeowners wanted assurance that we weren't going to build anything that was going to obstruct that flow as
If
well.
you go to the Zionsville Whitestown discussion from earlier, Zionsville can make sure that we don't push water that way towards the wall, but we can't force that the other parcel get regraded to not force water, onto the wall from the other side. So.
I don't blame the neighbors for not wanting to look at a wall. That's a hardship for them, right? To stare at an 8-foot wall.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Mr. Lake, go for it.
I move the docket number 2024-01-DSV Development Standards Variance to eliminate the masonry wall buffer yard requirements at 7330 South Indianapolis Road be conditionally approved as presented and described based on the findings of the staff report and staff recommendations, submitted findings of fact, substantial compliance with the submitted site plan, and the condition that the landscaping be enhanced, similar to, or I guess exactly like what is shown on the plans presented this evening, barring any changes requested by the town of Zionsville at the development plan review.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Hinchcliffe. Any more discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion to approve with conditioned the petition, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Good. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Okay,
All set, Mr. Smith?
Sir.
Right.
thank you. All right, the next item on the docket is docket number 2023-52-SE. National Retail Development, a special exception to permit a self-storage development in the rural general business district zoning district, GB. Ready for a staff report? Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am. So this petition has, or I guess the property has a history, a pretty recent history of going through a rezoning, starting through Plan Commission, and then the rezoning went to Town Council and was ultimately approved. And the petitioner was pretty transparent about their desire throughout that process to put self-storage developments or a self-storage development on this property. And so that's what we're here today to discuss. The rezoning was approved at Town Council. So now we're here to look at the special exception to permit a self-storage development in the general business zoning district. To get to the staff analysis, the petitioner is requesting the self-storage development, which we define in our authorized uses as general warehousing. Requesting a special exception to allow it within the GB zoning district. Staff believes the proposed use will not be injurious to the public health, safety, comfort, community, moral standard of the general welfare of the surrounding community. We agree with the petitioner on this criterion. As I stated, the property was recently rezoned. During that process, the petitioner was very transparent about their intent to construct self-storage on the property. Town Council approved the rezoning. As part of that approval, petitioner agreed to a list of conditions designed to protect the surrounding properties. Those of you who have paper copies, I'm not sure if your electronic links are working again yet, but if you have paper copies, Exhibit 5 is a list of those commitments. Because of those reasons mentioned above, staff believes the criterion has been met. We agree with the petitioner. Number 2, the proposed use, in our opinion, will not injure or adversely affect the adjacent value or surrounding area. We agree with the petitioner on this criterion. They've agreed to a list of commitments as previously stated that were crafted specifically to protect those properties. We believe these commitments, coupled with the enhanced buffer requirements found in, coupled with the buffer requirements found in section 194 of the zoning ordinance, prevent the adjoining properties from being adversely affected by this project. So we agree with the petitioner. This criterion has been met. Number 3, the proposed use will be consistent with the character of the district. Land use is authorized therein in the town of Zionsville Comprehensive Plan. Although it does require approval of a special exception, the proposed use is allowed in general business. The site directly adjoins office buildings to the west, and there are additional commercial uses roughly 500 feet west of this property along Oak Street. We believe the proposed use would be consistent with that character and the character of the general business zoning district. The comprehensive plan identifies this area for general agricultural use. You can see the comp plan map as Exhibit 4 on your packet. The designation was carried forward from the original comprehensive plan for Eagle Township that was adopted in 2014. However, there have been significant changes since that adoption, specifically along this area of Oak Street. Although self-storage is not an agricultural use, development in this general area and the area to the west of the site has changed since that time with increased commercial and multifamily activity on Whitestown Parkway. Staff recognizes these changes and believes the petitioner has met this criterion. And because we have met all three of the criterion, staff is supportive of this request. With that, I'll turn it over to you for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions from Mr. Smith on the staff report?
No, for anybody that cares and they're trying to understand the height of these buildings, though, I would note that the scale on the buildings, on the drawings is incorrect. It's 1/16 inch equals a foot versus 1/8. So for anybody that's trying to use that scale to measure them, it's incorrect.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Okay, as petitioner or his representative here, you would step to the podium and once again introduce yourself with your address, please.
Yes, for members of the board, my name is Matt Price. Here this evening on behalf of the petitioner, I'd like to introduce a few folks that we have with us tonight. Have the project manager, Mr. Dave Soto, who's in the audience. Also Jeff Hines, who's representing the property purchaser here as well. If you could go to the first slide, I'll kind of take you through the proposal. I think that's my aerial. We just kind of work through this a little bit. There's a lot of history with this parcel as well for all those of us in Zionsville that drive east and west on Oak Street. This is a parcel that has been really unused for many years, at least a couple of decades. The staff report notes that a storage use, it looks like at one point was on the property historically. It's about 10 acres. It's got a lot of encumbrances that have made coming up with a sensible proposal very challenging. One of which is the power lines that bisect the property. You kind of see the one there at the very southern end of the property, and then that extends kind of in a northeasterly direction. And then there's obviously the kind of the irregular shape of the property where it kind of has that trapezoidal tail up in the northeast corner. And then it's not as easy to see, but there is a drainage ditch or swale that cuts through the property from the pond up in the northwest corner back east and southeast across the property. And so as Jonathan mentioned in his staff report, we work very closely with staff, with the Stonegate Property Owners Association, and the community to arrive at a proposal that could be supported and would make sense at this location. We were not only transparent about the self-storage use, we were committed to the self-storage use quite literally in the form of a set of commitments that I'll address. And we believe those commitments reinforce and buttress and really make this proposal a sound one for a special exception at this location. Let's go to the next slide. This gives you a little idea of what the current conditions are. It looks somewhat innocuous when you're looking at it from an aerial view, and even when you're driving by on Oak Street. But when you get onto the property itself, it's in disrepair. It's only recently come under the current ownership. And that current ownership has worked very hard to find a user for this property that could get it cleaned up and make it a productive use in the community. If you go to the next slide. This is a shot of the power lines that bisect the property. Give you an idea of dimensions. At the very peak of that tower is around 100 feet. The width spans around 56 feet. Today, it is kind of the predominant feature of the property as you drive by. There's also a big giant kind of earthen mound on the property today. That's not always been there, but that's there today. But those two very tall configurations are what dominate the landscape today. You go to the next slide. So we've come up with a site plan where we've fit in the improvements kind of around the power line easement, built in the landscaping, including the 40-foot buffer that you see around the north, kind of carving around the property to the south and the southwest, and then also adding the tree line between the business uses to the west of our property to provide an enhanced landscaping buffer between the adjoining uses. And just to give you a little bit of an idea of how the site functions, the building that you see up front is the main building area, what we call Building A. And that building borrows architectural treatments from the Walgreens, really further east on Oak Street. And that's where the climate controlled storage will take place. We anticipate having an office worker or two in that location, but that's climate control, all internally housed. There'll be no outdoor storage permitted whatsoever. That's what takes place in that building. You enter from Oak Street off of a right-in, right-out only entrance, and the storage buildings that you see kind of extending north and northeast will house individual units. Now, what's important about those buildings is that those buildings are all beneath 10 feet in height and actually have a slanted roof as you go from front to back, so that the buildings are actually less than 9 feet in height at their rear. The entryway to those buildings, the door entrance, will be on the interior, so that the exterior of the building has no entryways whatsoever. And as you can see, the building orientations fit neatly within the proposal, the available really land to work with as far as fitting in and having an appropriate profile with the adjoining structures. If you go to the next slide. This gives you an idea of the architectural features. There's in the southwest corner of the main building is our main entryway, and that's where you see the awning, the shuttered windows, and the brick veneer finish of the buildings, red brick, and that shows each one of the vantage points of the proposal. The underlying zoning district and the zoning districts that existed before we took the rezoning through all allowed structures up to 35 feet. These structures will be below 35 feet, so less than 2 stories. So the main structure is less than 2 stories in height. And as I mentioned, the ancillary storage buildings will all be less than 10 feet in height. Go to the next slide. This gives you some idea of the distances from home sites to this property. And so what it shows is that the homes that are closest to this property will be adjoining 10 feet or less buildings. So they'll be well screened by the landscaping that is along the perimeter of the property. And the example we give of the home kind of in that northwest corner across the pond, if you will, is 484 feet away from the blue square that we're showing there. So the main building will be in excess of 500 feet away from those properties that are across the pond. You go to the next slide. We wanted to provide some specific evidence regarding the impact, if any, on property values. And so we commissioned 2 reports that we included in our submittal. One was from a Mr. Brian Flanagan, where his conclusion was that the proposed facility would have no impact on property values, either negatively or positively. This was also echoed by a local real estate broker with experience in Zionsville, who also indicated that there would not be an adverse impact on the adjoining properties or their value. I should add that in each one of those studies, they actually did an analysis of the property values of home sites that were near or in the vicinity of self-storage facilities, both here in Zionsville and in other locations, and reached these conclusions. And those are included in the packet. We go to the next slide. As I mentioned about being committed to self-storage, it's very important to understand the commitments that have been made, because these criteria, I think, buttress and provide the basis for the special exception. And I can tick through these very quickly, but one is that there'd be no outdoor storage on the property. So unlike, for example, Carter van lines or other more industrial applications that you may see in other areas around greater Indianapolis and Zionsville, there's no outdoor storage of boats or RVs or anything like that. One of the things that came out of the presentation of this use is the extraordinarily low traffic counts associated with self-storage. What we found is that when the traffic engineers look at this site and apply the standards for this type of use, what they find is that the traffic is very intermittent. So to give you an example, at peak hour, it's in the single digits as far as the number of trips or anyone seeking to analyze their self-storage facility at any one time. And so it makes it possible to limit the access to the site from a right in, right out only onto Oak Street, with only an emergency access across the easement that exists today and would otherwise connect to the actual Stonegate development itself. And the idea is, I'll just kind of give you an idea. The idea in working with the Property Owners Association was that they really wanted to isolate this property, make it so that it really wasn't part of Stonegate, and really provide a way of distinguishing Stonegate from this property. And so one way of doing that was to limit the access through Stonegate for emergency purposes only. Kind of along those lines, we've agreed not to use the word Stonegate in connection with the real estate, the landscaping plan, as well as the orientation, size, and materials for the buildings are to be as set forth in the site plans that we've submitted, both at the rezoning process and the identical site plans that have been submitted here tonight. We have limited on-site lighting to downward directed wall packs on the interior side of the buildings, and any pole lighting would be only adjacent to the front building or building A. I should also add that at the request of the town council, we have also added to these commitments that the wall packs will be on sensors. So they would not be on unless they were triggered by movement. So that's a part of the commitments that we've had. We've limited the permissible land uses in the general business to only the self-storage or mini warehousing and professional offices. Staff had asked us to include kind of a default permitted use in the event the self-storage use was ceased or terminated at some point. They didn't want to leave it with no permitted use. So we added in that professional use or professional office, category as well. And then we've also limited the hours of operation. This was done at the request of the Plan Commission and carried forward in the written commitments that we made in connection with the property. Go to the next slide. We agree with the staff's report in that we believe we've met each one of the criteria for a special exception, and in particular believe that the commitments we've made assure that each one of those criteria can be hit and satisfied and result in a responsible development. I should also add that it's very important is that we've worked very closely with the Property Owners Association, and in addition to the commitments, there are some post approval conditions that we also are going to undertake with the Property Owners Association. And they're unique definitely to this proposal. One of which is that the very nice pond that's in the northwest corner of the site that is maintained largely maintained really exclusively by Stonegate, doesn't all belong to them. And so our commitment is that we're going to deed the land that is now part of this subject property to the Stonegate Property Owners Association. So it has full ownership of that pond and associated shoreline. There's actually an area in the rear of some of the homes that abut the pond where you would think that it's their yard, but it's actually part of this parcel, and rectify that. And then secondly, we've made the commitment to limit access for emergency purposes only, but we're going to take it an additional step, since that is in the form of a commitment, and also physically modify the underlying easement itself to limit the scope of that access easement to emergency purposes only. And I wanted to make that part of the record. That's something we've negotiated with the Property Owners Association. Those are additional commitments or conditions that we've made with them that I want to make sure are part of the record, and would respectfully ask that they be made part of the special exception this evening. We go to the next slide. And I believe that is it. I would close in thanking staff and the Owners Association working with us, and look forward to bringing this project to Zionsville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Are there any questions from Mr. Price from members of the board? Hearing none, is there anyone here who would like to speak either on behalf or in opposition to this petition? And Drew, if you'll let me know if there's anybody online who is wants to speak. If you would come up to the podium, please, and give your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Mark Adams. I am at 6670 Regents Park Drive, and I am in the Stonegate subdivision that that the petitioner is planning to build a self-storage facility. I disagree with the staff report, and I am opposed to this development. Some of the factors that I disagree with are the proposed land use will not be injurious to public health, safety, and comfort. And I want to focus on comfort here. As the petitioner stated, it'll be right in, right out, and the facility will only have one entrance except for the emergency. Well, the discomfort in that fact is that, everyone's going to want to get into their storage unit, and they're going to want to pull in our addition and bust a UE and go there, or illegally turn left into the storage unit. It's just not, it looks great on paper, but when practicality, people are going to turn where they want to turn, refer it to a desired path, however you want to refer it. And also, I want to point out about the commitments. These commitments with these type of businesses, I doubt they can be withheld. So my main point about that is, with this industry, it's a race to the bottom. They start off at one company, they turn over to another, they turn over to another. And as you saw the pictures about this land now, the land use now, there's debris, junk, everything. Well, we can't even uphold our current code enforcement. How will we be able to enforce the hours of operation, the lighting, things like that? So those are very big concerns on my comfort as a homeowner. Also, I do believe it will bring down my property value. They reported property values in their report, no issue, but those are existing properties with existing storage units. It has been rezoned. It was once residential. Now they're wanting to build a storage unit and that was once a residential area. When I bought into this property, these homes, it's a nice addition. It's maybe I would call it maybe more of an upscale addition for this area in this town. I had a reasonable expectation that a storage unit would not be built. And one thing they did not mention is the number of units, 900 plus units, over 100,000 square feet. This unit is massive. And I know for the size of the parcel, maybe proportionally it isn't, but the surrounding buildings are smaller homes compared to a massive size unit like that. So that is going to bring our property value down. It's going to make our property less appealing. And the directly adjoining properties are most affected, but my property gets comped against that. So my property gets affected. And the character, this is the third time I've been at this podium. It just shows the character does not fit where this is proposed. I have to show up because they keep trying to shoehorn this use in. Everybody wants to, oh, you got to move this or change that. And the use is done. The properties have the developer has sold off the property to it's Stonegate. What's left over are the table scraps. That's what they want to try to deal with. So my opinion, it's already been developed. These are the table scraps. And I had one more point. Apologize. The character of the district. If you think about driving, where do you see storage units? What's around them? Are they surrounded by $1 million homes, or are they next to gas stations? What think in your head when you drive around and you see a storage unit, a 900 plus, which by the way, the race to the bottom, trying to get 900 people in there. Hey, here's this 1 month free. I highly doubt less than a handful of cars are using that facility in a given hour. So those are my main points. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for your input. Anyone else who would like to address the board, please come to the podium, give your name and address and
Hi, my name is Michaela Weir. I live at 7634 The Commons and have lived in Stonegate for approximately 11 years. I'm going to say some of the similar things that the our neighbor spoke about. We, as a group, as a neighborhood, we did remonstrated against this when it became when it came before the town council, and I let our POA know that we were against it. I feel like a lot of people just aren't listening to how a lot of us feel, and hopefully you'll listen to us tonight when we voice our concerns. You've already mentioned the three, the sections of that the Board of Zoning Appeals may grant a special exception only upon the three things. The key thing I want to talk about is I worry about our property value going down. We know that if you look at the aerial map, there's a fairly large section of our neighborhood that's going to have a significant change, not only in the landscape, but they're going to have a very large building built right behind their homes. And, a lot of these homes are $500,000 to $1 million homes. They didn't know that there was going to be a huge storage unit built behind their home when they purchased it. So what I think is going to happen, and I know you can always find people that would be in support of this, but I think that what is going to happen is the storage unit will be built. Those home values will probably go down because there was a field behind the homes, whereas now there's going to be a storage unit. And you can put all the landscaping in the world around it, but that doesn't hide the fact that there's a very large storage unit there. Almost, you know, if you look at the size on the map, and I don't know the exact square footage, but almost the size of Stonegate Elementary School, which is the largest building in our neighborhood. And that is the sort of a huge part of our neighborhood. And that's why we were all drawn to that neighborhood, is because a lot of us have children, and that school is very pleasant to look at. It's friendly. It's something that we all liked and we were attracted to. However, the storage unit doesn't have that same feel. You know, it's definitely not something we all wanted in our backyards when we purchased our homes. So with that being said, you know, I do worry that the homes are going to sit on the market longer. I think that the comps from the other homes could be affected. And then, you know, when they're comparing my home, when I try to go sell my home down the road, you know, a lot of the same comps are going to be, I'm worried that my home value will go down. A lot of realtors will, you know, say it won't, but, you know, I don't think it's going to help anything. So, you know, basically, the biggest thing I would like to mention is that, you know, I worry about home values. I worry about some of the charming aspects of our neighborhood negatively impacted by this. I do worry somewhat about crime, even though I know that the entry is going to be from Oak Street, but I know what kind of crowd storage units attract. And sometimes it's people that maybe are, you know, doing things maybe they shouldn't be doing out of their storage unit. That's one thought I've had. I've worried about noise complaints as well, because there's going to be 900 units, and that's a ton of units. So, you know, I don't know if it's going to be a garage door situation, but noise is going to be a concern. You know, our neighborhood's very quaint. It's very quiet. It's very dimly lit. And I worry about lighting, noise, lots of things. So I just wanted to come here and just voice my opinion that I am against, you know, I hope that it's denied, that the special exception doesn't go through, because I just don't think it does meet the criteria of those three things that were listed by the zoning board. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Thank you. Do we have, please come up to the podium. What's your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Susan Martello, and I'm also a resident of Stonegate. I've lived there for 16 years, and I'm also a licensed realtor. I do think this is going to affect our property values negatively. As my neighbors have said, you know, when I first moved into this neighborhood, it was quaint. It was zoned residential. I had no idea that something like this was going to happen 16 years later. We have enjoyed our property values increasing over the last 16 years. And I want to continue seeing that happen. And one of the things that hasn't been addressed is crime. And I pulled 3 articles today saying that storage units are targets of theft and vandalism. There are reports from Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, Terre Haute, all over Indiana that say that storage units break-ins are on the rise. And these storage units have had cameras and gates and staff. And I'm concerned as a homeowner that that's going to bleed into our community, because the storage unit is practically in our community. It's right adjacent to it. So I do disagree with, I think Nick Lavalette said that it would not affect our property values. I do. I think that the properties could sit longer because of this, of the storage units. And I also think the perceptions in general of a storage unit is not good. And I think that's huge in real estate. I liken it to living next to a jail or a landfill or a shooting range. I mean, it's something that people just don't want to live next to. And I think homeowners and potential buyers that are looking to move into our neighborhood, they may fall in love with a house and they'd be like, I don't know, it's right next to a storage unit. I'm thinking about resale value. Homeowners always think about resale value. And are they going to think, is this going to negatively impact me selling my house in the future? And in my opinion, it will.
Can
Thank
you
you.
state your address, please? You didn't do that.
6714 Beekman Place West in Stonegate.
Thank you very much for your input. If somebody else, please come up.
My name's Eric Van Welden. I live at 6733 Regents Park Drive in the Stonegate neighborhood, directly behind where that storage unit is proposed. Just a few things I'm going to throw out there just for you guys to consider. I don't believe the HOA did a great job of informing all the residents because there was a few meetings post that people went to that there was quite a bit of negative press, so to speak, from the residents in the HOA that they weren't really on board, even though the HOA approved it. I don't remember receiving anything on that in terms of approval. It might have been more of the board's decision versus the general communities. The storage company didn't reach out to us. Not saying they specifically had to. I was told they tried to, or someone tried to. No one reached out to us. I guess me physically in writing or in person, I live right there. I'm the house that abuts the property, so to speak. That's neither here nor there. I just think there could have been more communication on both lines in that. Something that keeps getting brought up is home value. I live there, right? I can give you a scenario where, hey, I'm going to sell my house for $600,000 today. You're a buyer. It's an open field. You say, that's great. Well, if there was a storage facility there, would you be as inclined to buy that, right? It's perceived value, okay? The second thing would be, just like the gentleman showed, certain realtors said, hey, this is, there's gonna be no loss of value, where someone else as a realtor also said, there is gonna be a loss of value. I was a realtor at one point in time also. This is from Corey Sylvester, the principal of Union Realtime, whose Radius software collects massive amounts of self-storage development and pricing data. Said the only way storage units likely hurts nearby property values is if a developer is able to rezone land from residential use to commercial use for a storage development. That's what it did, right? If any of you up here on the panel were living where I live, you would be opposed as well, because probably your first thought would be, well, we don't want that behind us, and two, we're going to lose some value there, right? Which I think is a real argument. It's hard telling, like, hey, if the house is worth X today, is it going to be worth X in 12 months when this is developed? I don't know. I don't think it will be. That's just an opinion, I guess. When we did purchase this home, we've lived there for 10 years. It was zoned residential. I looked at purchasing that property a few times, but always came up with, well, it's hacked to pieces and there's telephone lines. It's going to be hard to develop, right? It wouldn't be so hard to develop if it was one contiguous piece. Well, I might not have wanted to live there either if I knew there was going to be a potential for a commercial facility of any kind behind us. And I think the first topic of the evening was the HOA. The gentleman from the HOA said, well, it used to, they tried to build a storage unit here. That kind of rings true with what they're doing to our property right there, is that, and I don't know the back history of that property per se, why the storage unit didn't go through, but there was a reason, I'm sure, from the HOA maybe not wanting that. Question for the board would be, was this in the town's comprehensive plan? Is this something that you guys foresaw and said, hey, I want a storage unit in this facility. It's going to look good on Oak Street. The neighborhood is going to enjoy this facility here. It's going to bring value to the community. I'm sure there's a great tax basis for it, but does it really bring value to the Zionsville community? Where most of the times when you look at storage facilities, they're off the beaten path, right? They're not always on a main thoroughway or not in a mixed residential use area. They're more strictly to commercial, industrial settings, or like the one behind Myers, kind of off the beaten path with businesses around versus residents per se. The last thing I would say is, if it is pushed through, right, our concern is, what's it going to look like behind us, and that buffer zone. And I don't know if it's an enhanced buffer zone or the minimums. And even if it is enhanced, I could tell you to look at like the Holiday Farms neighborhood, right? It's not comparing apple to apples, but they have a buffer on their outside too. And those are multi-million dollar homes where everyone in there wants, privacy, and their buffer is a joke, right? It's pretty minimal. You can see every home and you can say, well, it's going to grow up. Well, it's going to grow up in like 10 years. So the same thing goes to the buffer zone, where if it is put in place, I would ask the board to really dive deep into what is being planted. Are they 3-foot tall trees? That's going to do us no good, right? There's going to be a brick wall behind our homes that we're going to be looking at. I would just ask the board to dive deep into what they're actually planting to make sure that there is a sufficient buffer, a sufficient barrier there in terms of how many feet it is, what's actually planted there. I've been told, and I don't know if it's truthful, that the berm has already said it's not going to work there because there's some trees in place. There's just things like that I'd like you guys to consider if it is pushed forward, to make sure that that isn't overlooked, because that's not a core part of their business that makes revenue. So as a business owner, if you can skimp on something, you're gonna, if it's not gonna make you money. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your input.
Take a question. I could have asked probably others as well, but I think you said this would be back behind your home. So I assume you're sort of that little peninsula there. Is that correct?
I don't know if you can bring up the board, the visual.
Yeah. And my question is, we have an aerial here that shows, it looks like a big barn, and we've got some photographs of the surroundings there. Do you see that now? I mean, is that visible from your property?
Oh, yeah. It's definitely visible, but it's not 30 feet behind my home. And I wouldn't say it's an eyesore. And there's some photos of, some stuff laying around, which would take about like 4 hours to clean up from a cleanup perspective. But yes, that property or that building, that storage facility or whatever it was, that pole barn, is in view at a distance.
Okay. Yeah, I can't tell if there's a lot of big trees around it in the area.
There are trees around it. I mean, I'm not going to say it's the best looking building, but I would say it'd be less of an impediment to, I don't know, what's the back wall, 10 feet tall? Anyone know how tall that back wall is on the back?
Of the building?
Yes.
9 foot something.
9 foot. Okay. Versus a 9-foot brick wall that's 30 feet off the back of our backyard with 3-foot tall trees covering it.
Did you say you were not contacted by the HOA or part of?
There was a few neighbors who brought up the idea that, hey, this is what the plan was, that they were talking about storage units. Now, I'm not going to say I'm like the most in tuned always on the chat boards in the community. But from my speakings with other individuals in the neighborhood, I don't think it was the board was correct in giving the okay for the neighborhood, especially for the people who live directly on the street that's going to be most impacted.
Do you know does anyone know how many people they reached out to and how many responses they got?
And I'm not saying
I live in Stonegate.
I just didn't speak to anyone directly from either the HOA board themselves or the facility.
Sure. So you made a comment if anybody on this board lived there. Well, I lived there.
Okay.
I lived there for 12 years.
Okay.
So the board sent out a letter to everybody in the neighborhood for an annual meeting and said that they were going to discuss this topic.
Okay.
Nobody at that meeting remonstrated against this development.
And I think, and I wouldn't probably disagree with that. I wasn't there, but I know the second meeting, which I thought was the one we discussed it, people were mad, but they were like, well, it's already been approved by the HOA.
Yeah.
So. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else who would like to speak? Please give your name and address, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Graham Lukens. I live at 6731 West Stonegate Drive. So my house is in Stonegate, located directly across the pond from the site, along the west side of the pond. So we're very close to the site. We are directly impacted because our view from our backyard is of the pond, the area all around the pond, including the site. We were also never contacted by the developer for our feedback. We weren't a part of any focus groups or other activities. And as far as I know, no other homeowners on our side of the pond were contacted. We did ask to be a part of the neighborhood subcommittee, but never heard back on that. And I'm here tonight because I also have concerns about our home value if this gets approved. Because when we purchased our home, we did so largely for that view from our backyard. And because of that view, we love the view of the pond, everything surrounding it. We can see that red barn, but it's small and far away, 1 story. We knew something else might eventually get developed on the site, but I can say confidently, when we first looked at our house, if there had been a large storage unit structure across the pond as the focal point of our view, we would not have purchased our home. And I know the petitioner had some studies about home values, but I don't know anyone who would want to live near or within view of a large storage facility, which is why you typically do not see them directly next to the entrance of a nice residential neighborhood. I also appreciate all the concessions and agreements made by the developer, but if the storage unit development is going to reduce the future pool of buyers for my home, to me, that clearly means it can only reduce the value of the property. I also know several of my direct neighbors who unfortunately had some conflicts and could not be here tonight feel the same way. So I also disagree that this proposal meets that requirement for the exception that it does not have any adverse impact on nearby home values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Good evening.
Give your name and address, please.
My name is Arthur Johnson and I live at 6732 Stonegate, West Stonegate Drive. And so I am across the street from my neighbor who just spoke. And if we could pull up the aerial view, please.
You can switch.
Drew, can you do that? The aerial view of
Switch to my car. Yeah, switch to mine if you don't mind. Unfortunately, our internet's not working, so this is the best that we're going to have.
We're back in the
Is that
Stone
okay?
Age tonight.
Okay, I wasn't sure. It was the aerial view
It was
that
a photo.
the petitioner used.
Must have been a drone shot.
There was the PowerPoint presentation
Right.
that the petitioner used. Yeah, the aerial view, I think it was.
I think there was a drone,
slide.
I would call it a drone photo. I assume that's how you got it, unless you were in a helicopter.
But while we're waiting for that, what I will sit there and start with tonight is an interesting comment that Mr. Lake, a fellow Stonegate resident, mentioned at the start during the presentation, that the drawings that were provided as to the representation of the height of the buildings was in error. I believe that he mentioned that
It was simply that the
scales-
scale is wrong.
The scale was
They're
wrong.
proportionally correct and accurate. The scale is just
was
wrong.
what was in error.
Yeah, but there are no dimensions listed that are in error.
And what I will say is that errors and omissions is what has encompassed the entirety of this project. And anyone who's been following this project, it has been inundated with errors and omissions. One of the things, if anyone was present at the town council meeting to switch the zoning of this property, one of the things that Mr. Price commented time and again is that they contacted or attempted to contact all of the impacted residents. What I will tell you, and has been evidenced here by residents themselves, is that that is not the case. What I can say, in speaking to the residents myself, is that the majority of those residents that are on the right side of the lake that are impacted, if we look at the aerial view, those residents were generally contacted and or it was attempted to contact. What I can also sit there and say, not only from speaking with my fellow neighbors, but speaking with the developer at the end of the town council meeting, is that those neighbors on the left side of the lake that will have a raised and direct view to this property, they never contacted any of them. They didn't attempt to contact any of them. And let's talk about what they'll actually see. Now, if we look at the landscaping plan, there was great attention and effort placed to landscape those areas most impacted on the right side of the facility, where there also happens to be the homes that are closest. What cannot be landscaped, nor is it contained in the proposal, is landscaping that will protect the view of those residents across the street from myself. Those residents on the left side of the lake. Because what are they going to see? They're going to see the almost 35-foot structure directly from their back windows. And the landscaping in that proposal does not block that view. And so what you have looking from that view is the great brick wall of Stonegate. It's not designed to look like an office building. It's not designed to adhere to the aesthetic of the neighborhood or the office buildings that are at the entrance of the neighborhood by it. It's a brick wall that essentially is the entirety of the size of Stonegate Elementary. Those houses on the left side of the lake, my neighbors across the street, are raised. And so all they're going to see now is a brick wall the size of Stonegate Elementary. They're not going to see the landscape. They're going to look out their window and they're going to see that, because that's the level that their houses are relative to the pond. And so their sight line is the second story of that large building A, which is a brick wall.
Thank you. We appreciate your input. I don't know if you have any other concerns besides the visual. If you would share those so we can.
I do have some additional concerns.
If you could
briefly,
please.
As a fellow Stonegate resident mentioned, the National Self-Storage Association, which is the Association of Self-Storage Facilities, in a blog post from July 13th, 2021, indicated that the only adverse impact to property values is when a piece of land is rezoned from residential to commercial. Now, what they've said and they've asserted in their proposed findings is that there is no impact. The National Association of Self-Storage has said that when a piece of property is rezoned from residential to commercial, there is an adverse impact. They never disclose that. What I will also offer is I actually spoke to a real estate agent, and I suspect, unlike the developer, I didn't pay for this opinion. This opinion came free, and I have copies for everyone if I may pass them out at some point. But what this real estate agent and expert has said, who's sold over 1,400 homes and almost $500 million worth of property, is that that development is an unchangeable feature. And an unchangeable feature, as it says, can't ever be changed. And given the fact that it's an unchangeable feature that is an adverse view, that our home values will go down. And not just the folks that look upon it, but my home value across the street. Their home values will go down because it's been changed to commercial. And now the only thing they see is the great brick wall of Stonegate.
Right.
And as a result, that will adversely impact my home value as well.
Thank you.
I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your input.
If I am able to, I would be happy to pass out my expert opinion that is, again, free of charge and in contradiction to the petitioner.
Right. If you would just leave it with Mr. Dale here, and thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Board. My name is AJ Barbato. I live at 6551 West Deerfield Drive. I was also the president of the Stonegate POA back when this was first proposed in the previous summer. I no longer am. I was finished with that in December. I guess the context that I first wanted to give you when we found out about it was, and I guess this wouldn't technically be in front of the ZBA, but it's also on record through the Plan Commission, is the first response that the POA had was, you know, we were not in favor of it. We were not advocating for it. We had, I think, legitimate concerns and questions for the applicant. And what we found through those discussions with the applicant and then other discussions of our members was that the applicant was willing to approach, and in my opinion, did approach this project in a way that could help shape this property to provide some benefits with the land planning and land design that we currently didn't enjoy. And I think the attorney, Mr. Price, has spoken to it, but there are some inconsistencies and hardships with how the property was developed and left, both from a traffic standpoint and the different curb cuts that are on Oak Street and a 10-acre commercial piece where there's already major problems even trying to get out of the neighborhood, let alone introducing something else addition to it. The split zoning that was on it, the power line. So in a lot of ways, no matter what was going to go here, it was always going to be difficult and not what the original developer of the neighborhood, from what I saw from some of the cottage residents, they had handouts that it was going to be common area owned by the neighbor. The neighborhood doesn't own that. So they have no certainty, multiple zones, and what the applicant did through engagement with us. And, you know, when I hear people's comments or questions, or even the one gentleman's points about the trees, we found at every stage with them, and you can see it in their commitments, that they came up with, they were very responsive to concerns when they were brought to them. I don't know if these people brought anything to them. I mean, obviously it was public. I saw letters come into the town. I would think that would also show, I'm sure it's not too late for someone that lives right behind it that does have questions of the trees to continue to engage with them at every step of the process. They've shown themselves to be engaging and responsive, but that's some of the context or history of the past year, because I think the role or the POA has been kind of attacked in this. And, you know, we're not the approval body for the neighborhood for the project. That's certainly the town. But what the POA did find from the majority of its outreach, and I have all the emails, all the responses that we did, is that were there people with concerns? Absolutely. From the POA, did we respond to them? Yes. Did we receive further comment? In one sense, no, we didn't. Then there was additional comments that came to the town, but out of 350, 360 residents, it was a minority amount of comments compared to that we got that were negative. We provided the questions and responses that we could, but then, you know, again, overwhelmingly, the petitioner was willing to work with us, and, you know, I think I certainly appreciated what they were able to do to craft something that does provide some certainty and some benefits to what's there, and, you know, what otherwise could go there.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Someone else? Thank you.
My name is John Casey. I live at 7597 West Stonegate Drive in, of course, Zionsville, Indiana. And I am here to ask that you approve the special exception that is before you tonight. I think you need some background on this. At least I'm going to give you a little bit of background. In 2019, 2020, the developers, the Wrights family, finally got out of Stonegate. And so I had been on the original elected board in 2016. For most of those first 3 years, I would say a majority of our time was spent dealing with developer-related issues. I rolled off in 2019, came back as president in 2020, just in time to get the deeds to our common areas. And I thought, hallelujah, finally, we've got the deeds to our common areas. We're ready to go. No more developer-related issues. I wish. I get a call from a board member, 2020. She's down on pond number 3. You've seen it tonight on your screen. Mr. Wrights is down there preventing our maintenance people from mowing the shoreline and from maintaining the shoreline. And he's telling our board member that he owns that shoreline. In fact, he owns part of that pond, and we better not be treating the pond either. And so he and I have a discussion. He calls the police. I wait for about a half an hour or so and tell him if the police arrive, direct him to my home. Mr. Wrights knew where I lived. A little while later, the police show up. Nice young man. We have a very cordial conversation. And he's got a computer in it. I couldn't believe these police officers, how computerized they are in their car. He's pulling up GCSs or whatever on his computer and showing me actually the boundary lines that we thought we owned that we didn't. Well, I told the police officer, I said, write up your report, give it to the prosecuting attorney, just make sure you spell my name right. And we did what we could that summer to maintain the shoreline, deal with the pond. Of course, Mr. Wrights came out and he just put a no trespassing sign right at the end of Phyllis Cockrell's property, because that's where his property line came to. And it extends up the eastern part of that pond, cutting off about 4 of the cottage homes' access. So that's what we were dealing with. That's what we were dealing with.
So is it possible you could tie this to the petition that we're dealing with?
Sure. And right now, here's where it comes. So Mr. Laffel, Mr. Demery come in and they say they purchased the property, but they didn't want to buy a lawsuit or a big zoning mess. And so they met with the board and they told us up front that the storage facility was in the offing. And so we reached out at their request to our cottage people, and a majority of them at that time that were contacted through contacts we had said that they could live with it depending on the design. So we discussed then this issue with John and Bo. They went ahead and I guess obviously they bought the property. And then the next thing I did was contact them and they said, sure, go ahead, maintain your shoreline, maintain the pond and go with it. And that's what we did for 2 years under that informal agreement. So then the Atwater Group comes in. The board formed a committee of members of the POA and board members. We had representatives from the cottages. We had representatives from our business district up front, general members, and a few board members on that committee. And we negotiated with the Atwater Group. They agreed to give us 10% of that property they're getting. And or they will be buying. They have about 10 acres. We're getting a little over 40,000 square feet, just under an acre. We will then own the pond, we'll own the shoreline, and we'll have a buffer on our cottages. So what I'm trying to suggest to you that is a benefit that Stonegate just cannot lose. That property is going to be developed. This is a one-time opportunity because of the nature of this project. They don't need all of that property. They can give that to us because it doesn't necessarily work into their project. It's very unlikely that another use will come in where we are going to end up with ownership of that pond, the shoreline, and so on and so forth. And in addition, because it's a low intensity use, they were able to then restrict the easement that the developer, before they left, granted themselves an easement over our common area for access to this property. So theoretically, then the owner of that property has an easement that they can use as they choose. Well, Atwater's agreed to restrict that. And we will be getting that, and I think there's a commitment that's been submitted to the BZA. We'll be getting those by deeds. So we'll be having legal interest to those properties. It won't be commitments, it'll be legal interest. We'll own it.
Yeah.
So that's what the benefit is. The last thing I would say is, and I appreciate the comments on the use, anything that goes in, you're going to get objections. We actually have about 370 families in there. Our experience is that we've had about 25, 30 families that have been objecting to the property, and we understand that, and we understand why. I live right across from the school. Is that ideal? Some ways, yes. Some ways, no. But the storage unit certainly is going to be preferable to the mess that is there right now. I'll tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have anyone else? We ask you please to try to not be repetitive of arguments that we've heard before. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon. My name is Justin Wagner. I live at 6739 Johns Station. I am the current Property Owners Association president. I was a vice president last year as well. And basically going to speak on behalf of the current POA board because we have had a lot of discussions regarding this. And I do know a lot of history about it, but I will not go through the history of it because I believe that's been talked about. So I appreciate, just to go into it, I appreciate the opportunity to address you all on the board. Thank you for that. I do appreciate all the comments as well from everybody there. I will say, just to substantiate one effort, is that we did very much, and we still are reaching out to everyone, emphatically. We are trying to get more feedback as we go, and we did impress upon everybody to show up. So thank you for showing up and expressing your concerns. So that does help the cause. I want to also point out that I do live in the community. I have 4 kids in the community. I have one that goes to Stonegate right across from John. I have 2 that's in the middle school and 1 in the high school. So this is very near and dear to my heart as well. But let it be clear, we in the board and myself, after all these different discussions and concessions and all these conversations, we are in favor of this. As representatives, and I want to remind everybody, as representatives of the Stonegate Property Owners Association, our foremost responsibility is to uphold the best interests of our entire community. With every development proposal that comes to us, we're going to look at it and review it as objectively as possible and as thoroughly as possible. Our goal is clear. We want to ensure that any proposed development, regardless of what it is, that we look at it and we inspect it, and we have to ensure that we receive fair concessions and that we address every one of your concerns. Every one of our concerns, we had the same ones when we first started out. And I do feel that we've addressed them appropriately. We fully understand that we live within a diverse community. There's a lot of different types of residential facilities in there. There's even commercial within our facility and within the middle of our community and also on the outskirts of it. So we live amongst all of it. We have to remember that. Our approach is to diligently collect and consider all of these concerns. And I do feel that we've done this. We recognize fully, obviously, that we may not address every concern as it comes in, but we have heard a lot of these things in the past, and I do feel that we've addressed it. I will say though, however, just to make it very clear, that I am, and the poll board is very pleased with the interactions that we've had with the representatives of the Atwater Group. We appreciate how they have been willing to engage with us and to engage with the community. And we do feel like they've satisfied all of our concerns and all those that we've shared with them. Their responsiveness and collaboration definitely, in my opinion, have reflected a commitment of them as well as us to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to basically improve the betterment of our community, right? To improve it. We're all concerned about this. So it is for that reason specifically that we still, in the POA board and me right here today, are speaking in favor of this.
Okay.
And I know this, and the reason I'm, a little bit shaky about it is because of that, because I feel all the concerns. I have kids at the school. I know it. I have a home there. It's a short walk to the property. We've considered all these things in the past. But in closing, and that's what I'll say, I do want to thank everybody again, and thank you guys for looking at it and really taking in our concerns into consideration. And I just say, let's all work together and make sure that, we've had two pool board meetings, and each one of those we've reached out to community and we've told you that we have it listed on our website. If you have a concern, come to the meeting, talk to us, email us. You know where I live, you know who I am, you know my name. So that's all I have to say about that, but
Thank you. I'm sure your residents appreciate your service to the community. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Okay. One.
My name is Theo Ranke. I live at 7370 Whitestown Parkway or 7370 West Oak Street or State Road 334, depending on which of my utilities you talk to. So I live directly to the east of this proposed property. I share about 800 or 900 feet of property line with it. My property is about 100 feet wide, but 700 feet long. It's unique properties, an older property. It's been there for a long time. When Stonegate was a horse farm. Wife and I purchased this property in 2021. We love the peace of it and the convenience. We have one neighbor on one side, big empty lot next door, which I knew would be developed one day. And like I said, knew it was coming, wasn't against it. And some things, if I could have it my way, I prefer to have next door would be wildlife preserve, a park, my own private park. But I realize that's not realistic. So if anything's going to go there, given the constraints there, I think storage units make a lot of sense. At the same time, while I personally don't understand the use or the need for storage units, I don't want to have that much stuff. It's clearly a valid business. There are clearly use cases for it. Who am I to say these other people can't have this thing? Throughout this process, I was contacted regularly by Matt Price and their group. I was sent a certified letter letting them know when the first, I think, planning commission meeting was. I had to sign for to say, yes, I know this meeting is here because I share property line. And throughout this whole process, they've been great with me. There's a lot of mature trees in my property line, and my property line, and also on the adjacent property, technically, that I would hate to lose. And I made that very clear. And they said, yeah, no problem, we'll leave them. And they did. You could see in the landscape plan, they're leaving all the mature trees on my property. Gives me a great screen, not just from this lot, but also a lot of the noise off Whitestown Parkway. In their proposed landscape plan, they're going to fill a small gap by my house. And I was a little concerned. I said, well, these large trees, I have a pool right there. And in the evening, then a lot of the sun can be gone. They said, no problem, we'll put lower trees in, as I asked for. Again, great to cooperate with. My other concern was the lights. And they've agreed to put the lights on motion sensors. I like having the big dark lot next to me, keeping things quiet at night, and having very low traffic and not allowing traffic in after 10 p.m. solves all my issues. Thank you.
Thank you. You answered my question. I was going to ask about the two houses to the east. It looks as if there's a property on the other side of you as well on the east end.
Yes, that is my neighbor. He could not be here tonight, but he was here for the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. We've talked about it.
Does he feel similarly to you? I'm not that you would speak for him, but.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for him. He's lived in the house almost 50 years now. And he agreed with me. He said, yeah, storage units would be my first choice. I'd like to leave it as it is. But I showed him the facts that Matt had given to me about traffic volumes and comparable things that could be there. And he agreed. He said, yeah.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Mr. Price, oh, sorry, it looks like we have one more.
Okay, my name is Judy McIver.
You may, I'm sorry, if you would, ma'am, if you would pull the mic down. Thank you.
There?
That's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Judith McIver, and I live at 6764 Regents Park Drive in Stonegate. And if you will bring up the PowerPoint where you show the lake and the houses and where the property is going to be. And no, I think it's the next there. Okay. Where you see the proposed building, and if you look straight ahead, on the other side, you'll see a little V shape. My husband and I live just to the left of that in that home. And I do want to thank everybody from Stonegate who has gotten up and speak here tonight. Because when we walk out our back door and sit on our deck or our patio, we are going to be looking straight across at where this proposed building is going to be. And pretty much going to ruin our view. We had no idea when we built our home there that we weren't advised of all the complications with this piece of property across from us. And I know it's not ideal right now, what we look at, but it's not storage units and it's not massive, what we look at. And I know, I believe that someday there will be somebody want to utilize this property that won't have this much density to it. So I don't know. I guess I would like to see what else might be available.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We have anybody else? Please come up. If you give your name and address at the podium, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erica Edwards, and this is my husband, Jay Edwards. We're both licensed real estate agents for Century 21 Sheets. We've been residents of Stonegate community for the last 16 years. In regards to the storage units, when we first moved here, we were not aware that this could possibly happen. It was zoned for residential at the time. I personally believe as a real estate agent and as a resident that a storage unit aesthetically doesn't match such a prestigious neighborhood as Stonegate. I mean, we all know that it's a prestigious neighborhood in this community, has been for quite some time. And if you think about it, it just doesn't line up together, in my opinion. What do you?
No, and I definitely agree with that. You know, when we moved here, like you said, 16 years ago, I did a lot of homework around where did we want to live. And I went around Carmel, obviously, you know, Zionsville and several areas, and really fell in love with Stonegate. And, you know, just based on the way that Stonegate sat there, the homes that were there, blended very well from what we had always been accustomed to. And now to have this proposal of storage units that are sitting on the main road right in front of the community, I believe takes away from that. My perspective of when what I would have looked at that I've been moving in now with that possibly sitting there, I may have changed my mind. And that's huge for me. You know, now there's always, you know, 16 years ago, if, you know, most of you have been here, you've seen all of the change and all of the growth, and we get that. You know, some of it's been really good. But to see storage units going up in front of our community on that main road, you know, it just takes away from the feel, the look, and knowing that it's backing up to some of our neighbors' homes as well. You know, and what is that going to attract? You know, at that point, we're talking about a wall or something being put up. Now that's even taken away from the community even more, from the inside of the community at that point. You know, like this lady was just saying about being able to look out her back porch. You're gonna be looking at a gate, a wall, or what? You know, in these storage units. And I don't know if it's all just one flat unit, or we're talking about this thing being 2 stories, or talking about 900 units. How big is that, you know, in this community? So anyway, it's just going to take away from what I know I would have looked at when I initially chose Stonegate as the place that we wanted to buy our home and raise our children.
And I think our home values will be impacted, particularly the homes that's going to back up to that unit. if you think about it, when it comes to the perception of the community, things like when homes back up to a road, it could take longer to sell. If a home is close to maybe a railroad track, it could take longer to sell. So now, again, a storage facility in a prestigious neighborhood like Stonegate, it just could really impact the values and definitely take longer to sell in a negative way for our community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Okay, we have no one else. Mr. Price, did you want to take a couple of minutes?
Sure.
For any comments you might like to make, please?
Yeah, let me just say a couple of things that I can hit a few highlights. First off, there's a number of repeated comments about the property being previously zoned residential. And that's not entirely accurate. About 40% of the land area was zoned for business uses. And the uses included things like a mortuary, apartments, a composting facility, a wide range of land uses spread among 3 different zoning classifications. And so part of what we've done in working with the association and neighbors was to come up with a land use that fit into this location and could be screened and did not present the traffic load that another type of use would present, because that was a very significant concern of the community. So I wanted to clarify that. The other thing I wanted to note is Mr. Rinke mentioned it on the east side, but it's also true on the north perimeter of the property. There are a number of existing trees, and our plan is to incorporate those trees into the landscaping of the property so that we do provide the buffer between the homes along the northern perimeter and those buildings that are to the south. Again, those structures, what makes this work in part is that those buildings are all less than 10 feet in height. And as the roof line descends, it's actually less than 9 feet in height in the rear. And so that landscaping together with the existing tree line will screen those buildings. The other thing we did at the request of the Property Owners Association, and it was to take into account the view shed, was to add those trees along the immediately north of the main building to help screen views to the south. So you see additional landscaping there. The other thing I would add, and Mr. Casey mentioned this, is part of the proposal is also to deed the association the land, the portion of the pond and shoreline that's currently owned by the current property owner, deed that to the association so it can be properly maintained and actually enhance the view shed compared to what it is today. Because today, when you look south, you see the existing dilapidated structure, the overgrowth, and you see the power line. I mean, that is the view shed today. So we think that the improvements to that landscaping will be a positive feature. And then the last thing I would mention, there were several references to crime and self-storage facilities located adjacent to residential. Zionsville Self-Storage is located immediately south of Village Walk, about a 35,000 square foot building. We contacted Zionsville Police Department, indicated they hadn't had a police run out there in 10 years. That's very recent data. When you look on the Zillow listings for the properties in Village Walk, you can see the self-storage building in the listings. I mean, it's very visible. The building is less than, I think, 85 feet. Their main building is 85 feet off from the existing residence in Village Walk. And that was one of the actual studies that were done. I think there's only been 2 studies submitted with regard to property values. And our studies actually took real world data and determined whether that had an adverse impact on property values. And the conclusion was that it did not. Our team is here to answer any questions that you have.
I happen to have a couple of questions
Sure.
for you. First of all, reference to 900 units, is that correct?
It's not.
How many units will there be?
So one of the things to mind is there's a total of 781 units, but 600 of those units are actually in the climate control building.
So they're enclosed in a building.
They're enclosed in the
They're not
building, right?
All right, the other question I have for you is, I understand there are business hours, but what are the hours of access? So somebody who has something there,
Right.
is it 24/7 access or
No.
what?
No, the access is limited, and that's in our written commitments, which apologize. Let me get to that for you. That was one of the requirements from the plan commission was to limit general access. I think we limit access by any customer after 10 p.m. So no access after 10 p.m.
9:30 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 1 on Saturday, closed on Sunday.
What it says.
That may be the office.
Those are the
That's
office
Office,
The office
yeah.
hours.
Yeah, I think it goes on.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I guess I,
There's a 10 p.m. limit on the access by a customer.
other questions for Mr. Price before we?
I have a question maybe for Jonathan. I heard comments that people were not aware of what was taking place. We have to notice, and I don't know what happens when we notice with a boundary on a lake. I don't know if the people on the other side got noticed. I assume those at the south end of the end there, which is near the lake. I assume all those people did receive notices.
Yeah, so Matt and his team submitted pictures of the certified mail receipts. I apologize for not writing down the addresses of the individuals that spoke, but he did notify the adjoining. He was not required to notify, for example, everybody in the subdivision or, 3 streets over. Your property had to actually touch the parcel. And if it touched, he did do the notification.
Okay.
Through certified mail.
If I could also add too, we also did multiple notices, and we were working through the HOA as kind of the arm to do the additional community outreach beyond kind of the normal catchment area.
Looks as if we have a copy of the.
I actually have a copy of the notices, and what you'll notice is there's.
We can't pick you up unless you're on the microphone.
No, if you need,
But,
no,
you know,
you
you-
need to speak at the microphone.
Yeah, you're welcome to speak. It's just that we do have minutes to these meetings.
Oh, nope, certainly understand.
And please reintroduce yourself.
Arthur Johnson, 6732 West Stonegate Drive, and I believe I have a copy of the notices that were sent out. And what you'll notice is that none of those houses on West Stonegate Drive across the lake that have a direct view of the storage facility, I don't think a single one of it's on here.
They're not required to be.
Yeah, I wasn't certain about when a lake property was in between.
Right.
So I think we have the answer now.
Yeah.
And that's why we work through the association.
Sorry. No, just please.
But on West Stonegate Drive, you have to understand they're common areas, okay? There is no West Stonegate property that owns to the lake, okay? There is no adjoining property on Stonegate Drive,
All right,
okay?
thank you.
Because there is a common area surrounding that pond.
Okay.
So the POA did get notice.
All right, thank you.
You're interested in seeing what was the required noticing. If IT could switch to the staff PowerPoint for a second. The picture on the right, you'll see a black dotted line surrounding the site. So if your property is touching that black dotted line, you receive notice. Anything across the pond, he was not required to notice. So.
Okay.
And the pond is owned by the.
Yeah, so you'll notice too, it's kind of hard to see on the picture, but technically, as the previous gentleman was saying, there is a common area to the left of that pond, in between the pond and those houses anyway. So even if it was a requirement to notice for the pond, there's a small sliver that is not touching up to the pond anyway, but he's not required to do that.
Okay.
And there was signs posted out front on this
Yeah,
project as well, and
Yard signs and
website and
Yeah.
newspaper still, do we require?
newspaper noticing, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
I think we've had enough input. So, and I appreciate very much the time that people have given us and being able to express their views tonight. Thank you very much. We understand that you're all very interested in the outcome of this. So do we have discussion here amongst board
Yeah, I mean,
members?
so as a Stonegate resident, they could build duplexes there, a mobile home park, apartments, and not have to go through this process at all. So they could put a 35-foot apartment building, probably 40 foot off the property line, right behind those houses, with a lot more traffic, a lot more noise, a lot more light, and a lot more effect on people's home values than a storage facility that's accessed 5 times a day, maybe 10 times a day by people, and there's really no activity. The lower buildings are closest to the current property owners in Stonegate. The bigger building, which is about twice as big as the strip mall with fun days in it across the street, is going to be towards the Oak Street side. I think as a resident, given what it is today and what it could be, this is a pretty good solution that I think does meet the criteria as Jonathan has described.
I will, one of the things I just realized, and I'm not sure why, but I'm the most senior person on this board. This property has been in front of this board before. I don't think any of you were here. Chris, you could have.
I wasn't on here, but
Yeah.
You were still in
I
grade
was
school,
on,
probably.
I was probably on the POA.
As a resident. And I know that the issue of not being able to get down to the pond by a number of the residents here, because the previous owner claimed that that was never part of the deal. That was their property. And so we had a lot of discussion from Stonegate neighbors that they had property they thought they owned down to water and they did not. And the previous owner was unwilling to deed any of that over to them. So for some, I know this would be a big deal. For others, avoiding the water, maybe not. But the previous owner was a challenging person to deal with.
And it's a challenging site, big easements,
Yeah.
water and drainage through there. I know the ideal thing would have been nice walkable neighborhood amenities, retail, but that's a tough site. And so given the uses available and the allowed use now.
Where I'm getting hung up is on the comfort. On what? On comfort. Yeah, in general welfare. The comfort. Where I'm getting hung up on it is it does affect the comfort of the community through there. But I don't think it'll affect property values. But I'm stuck on the comfort of the community. Go ahead, Matt.
If I could speak to that, one of the items that did come out of our neighborhood outreach was the concern about traffic. And to Mr. Lake's point, that if you did had some of these other uses, that the traffic load would be such that it would, for example, interfere with school traffic. And so from a comfort standpoint, that's really where the light bulb went on, was when we kind of started working on this proposal. And as the traffic counts came back and we saw how exceptionally low they were, it addressed a major concern. And so that was one of the main reasons actually that we pursued this alternative.
Well, and they're not coming through the neighborhood, because that road that they currently gives them an easement to access that, they're agreeing to make it emergency access only. And that was kind of another gotcha that the developer had put in there.
I think we've taken input, so thank you very much.
I just had a question.
They gave themselves access
If it were apartments, they'd have to.
May I ask a question?
They'd
I'm
have to
sorry.
come through.
I think we've taken all the public input at this point, so now we're in the discussion phase here. Thank you very much.
Okay, I wasn't sure because Mr. Price got to speak, so I wasn't sure if
Well-
others could as well.
No.
Since he's the petitioner and
No.
I'm a remonstrator.
No, I think we've
Yeah.
had the chance for the demonstrators to speak. Thank you.
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Departments are.
Other thoughts, or are we?
I'm comfortable that staff has said the same thing that I feel, and that is that this will not be injurious. I don't believe that it'll have impact on property values. And the comfort is not an issue for me. There's now a unsightly couple of buildings and a lot of trash that sits there now. So I just don't see an issue with that.
Yeah, I think
personally.
the buildings that are there now are closer to and taller than the other buildings. The other buildings will be closer, but not as tall as those buildings at that point on the site.
Right.
Comfort will be no more adversely affected with this than the other allowed uses, so.
Yeah.
It's gonna be something.
Okay. So there's reference here to landscaping packages and so on that have been, commitments that have been made previously in other hearing settings. And so in order to, if we would approve this.
So that's part of the conditional approval that
Okay.
staff has written up.
Okay, so they would be subject to the commitments that have been made
Yep.
previously.
And they're required to record those with the Boone County Recorder's Office and then Plan Commission Development Plan.
I think that this piece of property offers some tremendous challenges with the power lines and the other physical topographical configurations. I think it's problematic in that regard. So we ready for a motion? Anybody wanna?
Sure. I move that docket number 2023-52-SE, a special exception to permit a self-storage development warehouse at 7250 West Oak Street be conditionally approved as presented and described based on the findings in the staff report and the staff recommendations, submitted findings of fact, substantial compliance with the submitted site plan, a condition that the commitments listed in Exhibit 5 be recorded with the Boone County Recorder's Office, and a condition requiring the petitioner to file and receive approval of a development plan that will be heard by Plan Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Monday. Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor of the conditional approval of this petition, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you all for your input. And for staying with us.
I think we got Wi-Fi now.
It's
9:30.
Yes, sir.
Or just miraculously popped on and gave out. No, but it seems to be. Okay.
Can we do these in speed dating format?
I gotta tell you.
Two petitions, 3 hours.
I haven't had dinner.
Oh, you didn't get me.
Okay, thank you all for hanging in there with us. Our next item on the agenda is docket number 2024-02-DSV. M. Teeter, development standards variance to permit an accessory building to exceed the maximum height and maximum square footage in the rural single and two-family residential zoning district R2. We have a petitioner here with us this evening. Great. We'll start with the staff report, please.
Yes, ma'am. So as you mentioned, this is a development standards variance to permit an accessory building to exceed the max height and the max square footage. So there'll actually be two variances going before the board. Section 194097, specifically C2, Accessory structure shall be clearly subordinate in height, area, bulk, extent, and purpose to the primary structure. The petitioner has a 1,864 square foot primary residence. When you add what is being proposed coupled with the accessory structures that are existing, you get a total accessory square footage of 2,748 square feet, which is clearly above the total square footage of primary structure, which creates the need for one variance. The second issue is the height of the structure. As mentioned previously, the structure has to be subordinate in height to the primary residence. This home is a one-story structure and is 16.5 feet above grade. The proposed structure will have 2 levels and is 23 and a quarter foot above grade, thus creating the need for the second variance. To skip to the staff opinion, to save a little bit of time, the first variance to exceed the max height for the accessory structure, 3 questions we need to answer. Number 1, the grant will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. We agree with the applicant on this criterion. Petitioner is constructing an accessory building that is similar in height to accessory structures located on surrounding parcels. Approving this variance will not impact the surrounding area. Question 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property in the request will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Staff agrees with the applicant on this criterion as well. As previously mentioned, similar structures are located on the surrounding properties. This structure should add to the value of the subject parcel, thus positively impacting the surrounding property values as well. For these reasons, granting this variance will not adversely impact the surrounding properties. The final question, strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance will not result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. Staff does not agree with the petitioner on this criterion. Hardship cannot be self-created. In this case, the petitioner is creating the hardship by adding the second floor to the proposed structure. Simply wanting additional square footage is not hardship. Additionally, if the variance request was denied, the petitioner could still have multiple uses allowed under the current zoning, including the current use as a single-family home. In the opinion of staff, this request does not rise to the level of hardship, and because of that, we do not support the variance request for the accessory height to exceed the primary residence. Skipping to staff opinion on the variance number 2 for accessory square footage to exceed primary. Question number 1, the grant, in our opinion, will not be injurious to the public health and safety of the community. We agree with the applicant in this criterion. This variance would not injure. There are similar structures in the area as previously mentioned. Allowing this petitioner to build the accessory building would pose no additional risk. Question 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property included in this variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Staff agrees with the petitioner on this criteria. There are similar structures in the area as previously mentioned. We've seen no evidence to suggest that granting this request would negatively impact the neighboring property values. Final question, number 3, strict applications of the terms of the zoning ordinance will not, again, result in unnecessary hardship. The desire for additional living space on property does not rise to the level of hardship. Staff could, the petitioner could comply with the zoning ordinance by reducing the size of the structure by 884 square feet. This is a design decision resulting in a self-created need for the variance. A valid hardship cannot be self-created. If the variance is denied, the property could still be used in its current state. So strict application of the zoning ordinance would not result in unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. Because of these reasons, staff again does not support this variance request. That stated, I'll turn it back over to you and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions for Mr. Smith? The staff report.
if they lopped off the second story, would they get below the square footage requirement, or would they have to shrink the first floor footprint as well? Or do you not know that?
Let me look real quick. The second story, according to the plans, is 780 square feet. So the answer to your question would be no.
Close.
They would be close, but not quite.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions from Mr. Smith. The petitioner is here. If you would address the group, please give us your name and address, please.
My name is Mark Teeter at 924 Eagle Court, the residence in question. I'll go through and give a little bit about who we are, as well as kind of what the need is with this accessory structure, as well as kind of how we perceive those hardships. Kind of who we are. I'm Mark Teeter. I'm a professional engineer. My wife, she's a first responder paramedic. She's actually taking personal time tonight just to be here in attendance to help and express the importance of this request to us. We are 20-year residents of our home, as well as the Zionsville community. We're not originally from the Indianapolis area, but we settled in Zionsville, again, touring many other communities. But this community itself, as well as our neighborhood, was something that we fell in love with and felt like it was home to us. And so that's really why we settled in Zionsville, and why we enjoy our home. Like many of the other owners in our neighborhood, we are long-term residents. Most have been in that neighborhood for the 20+ years that we have as well, if not longer. Largely because they love their homes as well as the ability to build, maintain their homes, and then also to continue to meet those needs that they have. I know there's additional additions that have gone on to the neighborhood. We're just proposing to be an additional one of those to help us develop the home into what it is to meet our needs. I kind of mentioned some remodeling, ourselves included. Some of the things that we've done within our home over our 20 years has been myself crawling on the crawl space, reinforcing our floors, the unevenness of them, and spent a lot of time down there. We fixed a lot of drainage issues coming into the home, so we spent a lot of time again down the crawl space messing with those. A big renovation we've had is relocating walls. And completely relocating our kitchen, expanding that, and to make it into a very functional space for us there. We've also added large closets to take up for a lot of the, you mentioned the small initial square footage that we have, so the conditions there, adding closet space to help as best we can to utilize the function of our home. We've also moved bathroom and enclosed it to just adjust the flow of the house. We've added a lot of exterior soft and hardscapes throughout the house or through the home, including water gardens. Always keep an eye towards nature and native plants and what it looks like from the street. And this is one of the key pieces that we plan to incorporate into the addition is the incorporation of nature as well as those native plants. With that, we've added extensive patios and site structures to help with exterior living and entertaining. We've also worked with our other fellow neighbors to help address drainage issues through our drainage easement on the back, where we installed a 600-foot long under drain, working with the 3 different property owners there to help with the neighborhood there. And again, we worked with the county surveyor's office to get that done. But that was all that we had done ourselves with our neighbors. We also relocated our front door into a much more grand entrance, basically. And I mentioned that largely because we talk about the primary structure as well as an accessory structure and being subordinate. I feel like that there's no, it's clear and evident where that front yard or front door and the primary residence is. Really, there's no confusing what we would be concerned as the primary residence. As far as the need of the accessory structure, the intent of that is largely for my wife's mother who's getting old. We're looking to create a proper place for her to reside. She's at a critical stage in her life where her physical condition is deteriorating. It has included extended hospital and critical care stays. The current needs are for her today are independent living with a space for living and rehabilitation within close proximity to my wife. The future is likely to include much more critical care support, and that's why we have integrated the first floor accessibility space for that time when she will be primarily in that condition. Right now, she does not possess the financial capacity to support the independent living situation for herself, as well as our current house does not afford this for her as well. So we believe our property itself has that vessel to be able to create this. And then also with my wife's medical background, we're hoping that can, with her being close by, will help with her care. With that, we spent a lot of time carefully examining how we can expand our home to create this kind of private quarters that it does afford her close by care and support, but also the privacy that she needs today with her self-sufficiency. So we've configured it for that lower level to include handicap access for her basic living needs that would get her through her remaining life. But also the upstairs is intended for living space and family gathering, as well as the ability for some rehabilitation activities for her while her health still allows it. Now, due to the size of our primary residence, we do have limited space available for shared public within that, just because of the relative small size of it, such as for like a private living area. The extra footprint upstairs is desired as that additional living space for a family room, such as exercise rehabilitation, a half bath, sleeping quarters, as well as utilized for additional storage. And it's anticipated for accommodating the future families of our growing children as well, as they leave our house and then also want to return home and visit with us as well as their grandmother. The in-attic space inherent to our first floor footprint of that construction above in the attic space for this livable space is an ideal utilization of that to get the footprint, to get the square footage without expanding the footprint overall. So that was the largely intent of putting it in the second floor to minimize the overall size of the structure. The livable spaces of this proposed detached structure, they're directly in line with the definitions of the primary usage of the lot as a single family dwelling. They're not in some extraneous accessory garage type activity. The livable spaces that we proposed, they are truly for family, single family dwelling. We've also cited the proposed accessory structure behind our primary residence and partially down on the sloped yard to help minimize and create a subordinate position on the site. And like most neighbors in our neighborhood, our attached garage is really not utilized for parking of vehicles as it's generally intended as accessory structure. We actually park on the street in the driveway. The attached garages throughout the neighborhood, they're really not necessarily used for living spaces. There's very few neighbors who actually use their garage to park in. They're largely used for housing the dwelling's mechanical systems. So our water heaters, our heaters, and other water systems. They also house refrigeration equipment, refrigerators, freezers. They're all things that are utilized within the primary dwelling. And as such, the specification of the original primary garage defined as accessory space may be technically valid, but it's overly not deemed valid in used practice. So I attribute, that's where a little bit fell through, was I had always attributed that to the primary structure. That was part of that, just in how it's utilized. So that's kind of that's about 1,000 square foot offset through that. Not saying it's incorrect, but that's how we utilize it today. a detached garage with the occupiable attic for the storage, plus the workshop space is highly desired. This would help get us our vehicles into the attached garage that is now front and center of the house. As far as the hardship goes, as we try to cite the additional living space around our house, it is most optimal to be as an addition. That itself would, we would not be here today if we could have attached these livable spaces in the garage onto our primary structure. Those would have all combined and counted towards the primary structure itself. But due to our roof line, it's 100% stone facade around the exterior of our house, the interior home layout that we have, as well as the exterior features, including our septic tank, which directly sits right behind our house, as well as the incoming electrical feeds and the gas line that comes into the house, as well as we've got a planned sanitary lift station that we're planning putting on the other side of the house. So based on those, the ability to add on to the house has been very encumbered there. So we could not come up with a functional addition that does not require significant alteration of the existing primary dwelling utilities and outdoor improvements and maintains the architectural and structural integrity of the primary structure. As I mentioned before, the proposed structure with the added square footage and the increased height, it all meets the zoning ordinance as if we were to attach it to the primary structure. In addition, with the increased square footage of that and heights of the primary dwelling, this would permit us to build of this exact proposed accessory structure, meaning we have not, our lot is large enough to accommodate the build itself. We would be maxing out at 10% of our square footage. The primary thing just being that the primary structure was not large enough to begin with. So if we were to add on to that and go up, we would be more than inclined, we would meet all zoning ordinance to build this exact structure if we were to just build a larger addition onto our house today. And in doing so, we have chosen that as something that we perceive that as a hardship that we, to ourselves and the community, to build more than necessary to construct just the structure that we need to meet the immediate need of our build. And then constructing more than needed is not something that we are interested in doing to ourselves, our home, and our neighborhood. Therein lies our hardships inherent to our house, zoning technicalities, and ability to responsibly expand it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Teeter. Are there any questions for the petitioner?
Your septic system is, you say that's to be abandoned. Would it be relocated or? Do you have
So
access
we're actually
to-
in the process of, and we're thankful for the ability to, we're in phase 2 of the sanitary sewer installation. And so we actually have a permit out now to get that installation done. So we will be abandoning the tank in our backyard. It'll get filled in and crushed, but something we could not build over top of. So the lift station itself, we have to have a grinder pump with that. So the lift station itself will be put onto the east side of the house. And what we're actually doing, so it was actually well timed. We've been waiting for this for 20 years, but it's well timed now. So we now have the ability to add on restrooms, bathrooms to this, whereas we were tapped out prior on the septic tank. So we're thankful for the ability to do so. It just prevents us from really adding on to our primary structure.
So I understand here that you have a shed that's 120 square feet on your property. How is that used?
Our lawnmower goes in there.
Okay.
And there's largely for lawn care.
So I mean, with Mr. Lake's suggestion about building a one-story building, which would take care of the height problem, and not having if it's possible that you could put your lawnmower in the proposed detached garage and eliminate the shed, and that would help to bring down the number of square feet that you would be of accessory building that you would have.
It just takes up space that we have allocated for that. garage space.
Right.
So I have a question, Jonathan. They have a 2-story treehouse. Is that what I'm
Correct.
saying?
Yes.
On the property already that's taller than their primary residence.
Existing would be, again, I don't know if there's permits because I don't have it, but if it's existing prior, it would be non-conforming.
Legal.
I don't know if it would be legal because a
Okay.
permit would have had to have been pulled to make it legal possibly. I'd have to
Okay.
do research on it. I can tell you this came through our inspections team who issued the permits, and there was no enhanced comments, nothing in their review notes related to it. So they either didn't see it or they had no problem with it or something.
It was always my interpretation that it was a children's playground, which is the term allowed without.
Yeah, I was trying to help you out in that there's already an existing 2-story structure.
I can
Just
say,
just go
I
with it.
appreciate
Just
it.
go with
I appreciate, I wanted to go that way. And I thought, well, it wasn't a proper, it's not proper, not that it wasn't proper. It's not in the totals thus so
Yeah.
far today.
I mean-
I can say they did not add that
Gotcha,
to
yeah.
the total accessory square footage. That's
So-
that I can tell you.
I mean, I struggle with I get the need for space. I'm an architect. I get challenges with adding on to existing buildings, which unless you had a utility easement that kept you from adding on to your building, having to relocate a water or a gas line really wouldn't necessarily count in my mind as a true hardship. I mean, it's a cost of doing the addition, but it's not a true hardship. The second story, I get that it could be used by future family members at some point in time when your kids have kids. If you've got a critically ill, mother-in-law, is she really going to be upstairs?
Not to that, or not years down. the
Yeah,
line,
and
but-
so, you could build this without the second story, and then you take the stair off the back and you're probably at a square footage where this thing's compliant and you get the living space and you still get the 3 garage bays, and that may be worth the win for you because I don't know that you're going to get it approved otherwise without those concessions, but I don't know how
Minus the shed, you'd be close.
Yeah.
You knocked off the second story
Yeah.
and.
So I don't know where everybody else's head is, but
You're just, I was sitting here thinking the same thing. You knock the stairwell off, mechanical building, we're going to get really close to the square footage. And I think it's wonderful to have extended family being there for long-term care. I think that's wonderful. But I'm also with Chris. They're not going to be going up and downstairs a whole lot to the second level of this building.
Can I speak to that just for a second? My name's Kelly Teeter. I'm his wife, same address. My need and my background, my mom's current needs, really right now are in rehabilitation. She needs to get her strength up, and that was part of the reason why that second story to me. And yeah, you can say that the stairs are kind of contradictory to that. However, the stairs play into part of that rehab as well, getting that exercise motion, that is occupational motion, that's something to help her move her body, but also that upstairs area will also be rehabilitation equipment for her, whether that's a treadmill to walk on so that she is not out walking around creating a fall away from the house that makes it more difficult for me to attend to her. It could be a stationary bike where it's low impact for her knees and stuff like that. So that was kind of my anticipation with that second floor, the stairs to create a bit more exercise, and then also the equipment upstairs that we could present to her to try to prolong the downward spiral that most elderly people get when they stop moving. I see that firsthand all the time. When they stop moving, that's kind of the end, and I don't want to see that. I'd like to consider her still pretty young, and I want to keep that going for her. So that's kind of my vision with that second story.
While we have a moment here, I'd like to just see if there's anyone, Drew, is there anyone online who would like to, anyone here with us this evening who wants to speak either in favor or in opposition to this petition? Okay, thank you. Further questions for the petition?
Yeah, if my math is right, I think if you took the second floor out of that, you're within about 60 square feet of being compliant. And without a stairs, you actually have more space there.
Okay.
But I realize that's not ideal. That's not what you wish to do. But it's a difficult one because it's a hardship that probably doesn't count under what we are to consider a hardship. Even though there are some of us that think that a garage space where cars are actually placed at night is important.
Yeah, that's true.
I haven't known for 20 years, so I don't know how nice that is just yet.
But there does appear to be enough site space that you could have added onto the house plausibly. And been in compliance and gotten the needs that you needed. So it's hard for us to say there's a site-based hardship without it being a self-imposed design decision.
I think this has been the challenge lately for us with hardship. It's not that you can say you need it, and we probably agree with that, but under the terms of hardship, is there a hardship that's causing you to do this versus something else? And, because you've got stone on the outside of the house is not a hardship. Because the roof lines are wonky when you put an addition on, unfortunately, that's not a hardship. Because you got to move your gas line, that's not a hardship. And I, as an architect, I hate that. Like I do. I get it. The challenge that we have is that if it doesn't meet that hardship, we can't approve it. And so we're trying to find a way to help you get largely the functionality you need so you still have some sort of project without just throwing the hardship clause out the window, because we just don't have the ability to do that.
Right.
That's our challenge. As
Okay.
much as we want it.
Sure.
As much as we want it for you.
For your mother-in-law.
Yeah, I mean, there's this hardship issue that we have to get over.
And the thing I've always struggled with that is that, a hardship obviously means different things to everyone. And it's your definition that I have to abide by. The hardship I have is I as myself perceive, and the attention we've paid to our house today and keeping it in line, and I guess architectural vision or whatever else may not be hardship either. But yes, we could put something onto this house and add onto it. We could absolutely get there and even add up. And through those, what at least is my perceived hardship to do that. In doing so, I could build this exact structure next year following that. So from my standpoint, I haven't made my neighbors or my property any better by building even more than that additional need off to the side of my house, just because it's not attached to. That's where I struggle with it. That isn't necessarily in anybody else's best interest.
Well, that's where we struggle with it. I mean, honestly, that's where you could make your house twice as big. You're probably allowed to do that. And it doesn't go before us. And, it may not be the right thing to do, but it doesn't come up against the hardship clause. Whereas this, for us, because it's seeking a variance, comes up against the hardship clause.
Which is something that is even imposed on us by the zoning ordinances. I mean, this is not something that we have conspired to create on our own.
Yeah, we haven't self-determined this. It's
Blame the
a state.
lawyers.
Yeah, blame the ordinance. Yeah.
So
That's how it's written.
What's
Is the definition? I mean, what is I heard you can't, that there's maybe some negative towards whether or not you truly can. There's self-created there, and whether that fully holds down.
Yeah. So
I haven't heard a solid, here's what that gray or that black and white definition of hardship is, but I hear that you're stuck with it, but I haven't heard an understanding of what that is, other than it's difficult to define.
yeah, it is. So Do you have
Do you
something
have
you
that?
want to read?
Sure.
Go ahead.
It's all relevant factors which taken together indicate the property cannot reasonably be put to a conforming use because of limitations imposed on it by the ordinance. And that's crystal clear.
It can still be a
Yeah,
single
I
family
would
residence.
I just know that local governments can make their requirements more restrictive. The statute for development standards is different. Zionsville is more restrictive. The hardship requirement for development standards is it's an additional requirement that the town council wanted for development standards. It's one of the elements for use variances. That's hard to meet in use variances as well.
So how do we go forward?
I would
That's a
suggest
bit
we
up
ask
to
for
him.
demonstration and see what, what we hear from others that.
There are none.
There are none?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's only one in favor.
I think we had two, one in favor, one was opposed.
One was opposed, yeah.
That we had letters for anyhow,
Right.
so it's. I didn't know if there was any more that showed up.
Yeah.
I missed that one, I guess.
Where are you guys at?
Easily be in
Yeah.
compliance with a different.
Like so many, it's a hardship that does not fit in the category of hardship for this purpose. I feel for the need for a family member to be there and have space and all those things. We all have gone through some of that, or will, if we haven't already, but it's a tough one to approve. Again, you would have to eliminate your utility shed, but if you made it a 1-story, you're very, very close then.
Or it could be added on the house. The problem is there's ways you could
Yeah.
be
No,
in compliance. And
Yeah,
that's why we can't say it's a hardship to have to
Yeah.
do it this
Correct.
way.
Yeah. And I always just perceived that as the hardship to get there and then the hardship to the property and to the neighbors that I could do that, but unnecessarily do that. So for me, that always presented itself as a hardship and outside of what is necessary and sustainable. So that for me was hardship in itself, to lock into that,
So envision the rest of your property as a floodplain, except for this little island where you want to put this building. And so that's the only place that you can add additional square footage is on that building. And then you start to introduce hardship. Granted, you could still go vertical, but at least there's this conversation of, okay, well, you can't just add on to your house because you're adding on in floodplain. I know that's a weird way to look at it, but it's.
Also, let's say that the topography of your lot is such that the building that you're wanting to build and the only site that you can build it on is 10 feet higher than your house. And so consequently, the height of that building is going to be times greater than it should be compared to your house. I mean, things that are about the lot that create these situations for which there is no solution aside from giving you this variance. But what I wonder is if we vote to deny, then it's a year, right?
It's a year, but I mean, you could do a project that's of a smaller square footage and 1 story that doesn't need a variance, and therefore you don't have to wait a year to do that. You can just do that because you can do it by right. It's because you need these variances for height and area. We could continue it for a month, but then are you really going to come back? Are you going to come back with a different solution that also still needs variance, knowing that we're kind of saying, hey, there's no hardship there.
Can I permit my children's playground as an elevated structure?
Package deal.
Yeah, I don't know. So I guess how do you want to do this? I mean, I think.
I would say that we don't have an option.
We don't.
I think based on what we know about the calculations we need to make, that this seems to be, unless somebody has thought.
Well, and I won't offer up what the rules say about returning with an alternative, but I believe that they are you can't come back within a year with the same. If you make changes and modifications,
Yeah.
they could come back and, ask again if they have, because here they need 2 variances.
Yeah.
So it would be possible to come back and have something reviewed again in a year, as long as it's not what you
Within a
asked
year.
for in the first place.
Yeah, within a year.
While there's pause, I'm hearing a lot of discussion on number 3, but I got to be able to answer 1 and 2. So on your sheet, can we talk about questions 1 and 2, just so I know what to fill out?
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank
I
you.
mean, I don't think it's going to affect property values in an adverse manner. I think to your comment, if anything, it improves property values. And I certainly don't think it's injurious to the public health, safety and welfare. And, it's butting up on a side of the property that's next to a kind of pole barn building or, garage structure that's kind of pre-engineered. So it's not hurting the neighbors, not hurting the public. So I think I see it the way you see it on all 3 criteria. That's me personally.
I would agree.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, can we formulate a motion? Do you understand what we're saying? I mean.
I understand you're saying no.
Yes.
And then protecting or attempting to protect me or allow me to protect myself to not lock into a decision that allows me to, or requires me to wait for a year.
Yeah, so is he able to withdraw it right now, or at this point, do we just have to vote it down?
That's a rules of procedure.
So similar to what Mr. Rotman did earlier
We have to suspend
today,
it.
you're going to have, your rules do not allow for withdrawals once evidence has been presented.
Okay.
So you'll have to suspend the rules and then handle it however y'all wish to proceed at that point.
Okay. So it sounds like the 2 options, we vote it down. If you choose to still want to do something, as long as you've changed it, I would say substantially, you can come back before that 1-year period. You come back in 2 months if you wanted to. Or we could vote to suspend the rules if people would be amenable to that. And you could withdraw it, and then you could bring it back at any time, even as it is today. If I'm correct on that statement. So those are kind of your 2 paths.
But bringing it back as it is would very likely have the same result.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
We
I
get
get it.
Let's sit through the other couple meetings we had earlier today. We're a little
doing
drained from
things
that,
over and
so.
over again, hoping
That's
for a
right.
different result.
Would say the rules say that has to be substantially different,
Right.
Yeah, I.
whatever that means.
And I think after our discussion and talking about making a 1-story building versus a 2-story building, may be sufficient for him to be
We
close.
consider that a substantial difference.
Yeah.
A drop of a story of a building is a pretty substantial
Right.
difference.
Yeah.
So,
So if I get close, is what you're saying, if I get close but still need a variance, then it may be in my benefit. But otherwise, if I still need a variance, I'm not sure that. you're
Yeah,
gonna approve
honestly, I
what I'm
think just
hearing.
having us vote it down probably doesn't do you any more harm than if you were to withdraw it. Because whatever you bring back is going to have to be
different.
substantially different, or it's not going to meet the hardship clause. So, or it's going to be substantially different enough that it just complies on its face.
Right.
So,
Question for staff is that if we did suspend the rules, you requested withdrawal, is there any, in terms of coming back for permitting and so forth? Is it any better for the petitioner to have that than an outright denial? Sorry, we're making.
just in the way you would view it.
I don't think it'd make any difference to us.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, in terms of cost of permits.
It says
and so forth.
if the
No
petition
difference.
is withdrawn, the petitioner shall not refile a substantially similar request within 6 months. So again, it has to be substantially different, even if it's withdrawn,
Yeah.
or you have to wait 6 months.
Okay.
And these are all requirements through the zoning, not necessarily the building department. So if I
Correct.
create, and I take your recommendations of cutting it in half and coming back and getting a permit, that can happen
You could do that
where
tomorrow.
you do not need.
Yeah, you could do that tomorrow. As long as the changes you make it compliant, you could file for a permit tomorrow.
Does that include, in addition to my primary residence, that increases the size and elevation of my house?
Yeah.
If it's compliant
Yeah, as long
with
as
the
it's
zoning.
compliant.
Yeah, I was about to say, so just for all the speculative ideas, you can contact our team. You have our phone number. This is kind of what we do during the day, right? We try to find ways to avoid all of this process. If there's a solution, I know my team, I know Mike and the inspectors, they will come up with the idea, right, and give it to you. Or
they've been very good at that,
you-
yourself as well as the
you
building
can
department.
pitch whatever ideas you would like to our team, and we'll gladly give you our feedback.
So are we ready to support a motion?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I move the docket number 2024-02-DSV Development Standards Variance pursuant to section 194.097C to permit an accessory building to exceed the maximum height for the property at 924 Eagle Court be denied as presented and described.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Footer. Any more discussion? All in favor of the denial of this petition, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Second motion.
I move the docket number 2024-04-DSV Development Standards Variance pursuant to section 194.097C to permit an accessory building to exceed the maximum square footage for the property at 924 Eagle Court be denied as presented and described.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Monday. Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Sorry.
we don't like to do that. I
Yeah.
promise.
Jonathan will help you.
I will say, while there's silence, the rules also say no public hearing after 10 o'clock. I
Really?
assume y'all are waiving
Yeah.
that, or we're proceeding.
We'll waive that and get it done.
Yeah.
Anybody need a break of any type? Good,
Not yet.
good to carry on?
I will take you up on that if you don't mind, because this was a lot of water.
Oh, okay. Take 5 minutes?
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break.
I'm sorry.
I could.
We'll reconvene. Thank you all for the marathon attendance here this evening.
Yeah.
And we'll get on to the next item on our agenda.
Jonathan, have we resolved everything for? on
Yeah,
last
so
item?
we're good to proceed.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
You're welcome.
The next item was docket number 2024-03-DSV. That's C back. Development standards variance pursuant to permit the square footage of accessory buildings to exceed the primary square footage in the rural single-family residential zoning district. We'll start with our staff report. Mr. Smith.
I'm gonna ask that we switch to the PowerPoint so we can see some pictures. I think it might help reference what the request is. So this is, as you mentioned, a development standards variance, specifically section 194097, to permit square footage of accessory buildings to exceed the primary square footage in our R1 zoning district. Again, specifically states that accessory structures shall be clearly subordinate, in this case, area to the primary structure. Existing, there's a attached garage, a 1600, you can see these, by the way, before I start just naming off numbers here. Page 2 of the staff report, you can see the numbers that I'm listing off. There's an attached garage, an existing barn, an existing 3,000 square foot pole barn. And there is what triggered the need for this is a proposed addition, a lean-to the existing 3,000 square foot barn. Add all the square footage together, you get 6,344 square feet of accessory square footage. The primary residence is 5,173 square feet. So that triggers the need for this variance request. The zoning ordinance would allow 5,172. They're requesting to permit 6,344. So they will be roughly, if this request is approved, roughly 1,172 square feet over what is allowed by our current zoning ordinance. So skipping to staff opinion, staff offers the following. We believe the grant will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. We concur with the applicant. The rooms mentioned in this proposed addition are common uses found in many residential structures in this community. The proposed addition will not be injurious to the general welfare. Question 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property included will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Again, staff concurs with the applicant. The proposed addition contains, again, common uses that are found in this area. This is a large parcel, and the current accessory building sits roughly 400 feet away from the nearest neighbor. Because of these reasons, staff agrees with the petitioner. Granting this variance will not adversely impact surrounding properties. Finally, question 3, strict application of the zoning ordinance. Staff believes will not result in unnecessary hardship. Hardships, again, cannot be self-created. The need for the variance is tied directly to the petitioner's desire for additional accessory space. The need for this variance, in our opinion, is self-created, and the desire for additional accessory square footage does not rise to the level of hardship. Total accessory square footage on this property already exceeds what is permitted by zoning ordinance, and staff does not support expanding a legal non-conforming use. Additionally, if the variance is denied, petitioner would still have multiple uses under the current zoning, including their current use as a single-family residence. In the opinion of staff, this request does not rise to hardship. Strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance would not result in unnecessary hardship in the use. Because of this, and the reasons previously mentioned, staff does not support this request. I will go through a few photos here so you can see kind of the site. The petitioner provided a few. What you're seeing on the screen is the driveway leading up to the primary residence. And then on the left, you'll see a picture of the primary residence. This is an aerial. I apologize, I didn't realize my screen was zoomed in. This is an aerial that you'll see. To the left, you'll see, didn't really do a great job, Google Maps didn't, of showing you where the house is at. but you'll see where the existing barns are located, and then you'll see where the proposed addition is at. Here's a picture of the existing structures as they are. Again, you'll see the proposed lean-to, as well as the existing 3,000 square foot garage. And I believe that is all the photos that I have here for that. So with that, I'll turn it back to you for questions if you have
Okay,
any.
thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions for Mr. Smith? Staff report? Good,
Maybe later.
maybe later. Okay. Mr. Back, are you here? If you would give your name and address, please, and for the record.
Chad Back, 8170 East 300 South. Zionsville.
If you just share what we need to know.
My wife, Michelle, here too. And clearly we didn't know these went this long. We wouldn't have brought our kids. Our first experience.
It's good for them to learn about their civic responsibility.
It's good for them to see was what I thought. Yeah. And public speaking. Yeah. So 4 primary reasons. The first is probably the weakest, but I'll start there that we are committed to expanding the house. We intend to expand the house. We believe the exception will not be needed over time, but our oldest, Connor here, is going to be off to college in a couple years, and we went from a basement to no basement, and the rec barn was all he wanted built when we came. So that's the reason we started there and didn't start on the house. Started as his idea. In fact, he found the house, he found the area, and he sold us all on moving to Zionsville. Secondly, the initial phase of the project was the steel barn structure that is built. And I know it's over the calc, but it was approved. We got a permit for it, built it with phase 2 in mind. The lean-to portion was planned from the beginning to include the HVAC equipment, electrical boxes, a workout room, a playroom, and equipment storage. So that's going to be all gym floor, basketball court, volleyball court concept in that gym. So the idea is to keep that all open. It's just wide enough for a 3-point line, just long enough for a volleyball court. So it's 60 foot long, which is the length of the volleyball court. And we even did the garage doors so you can serve like you would in volleyball, but you have to go outside. So we did try to keep it as small as we could, but do that. So we realized planning and building department did not purposely make a mistake when they assumed we had a basement and approved the initial phase of the project. But correcting it now puts an undue burden on us because the gym portion stood up and we can't finish we can't put a floor down until we get HVAC in. We can't get electrical in until we get that wiring room done, et cetera. So it's a gym that's structurally complete, yet doesn't have power, HVAC or the workout space or equipment storage. Thirdly, the zoning ordinance specifically states, and this is where I really struggled. And Jonathan said it, I won't reread it, but accessory structures shall be clearly subordinate, yada. Based on that definition, whether we have a basement or not, doesn't feel like it should be part of that calculation because we've got crawl. You can't tell. So if you're visibly comparing buildings, whether we have a crawl space or a basement, no difference, right? That square footage calculation just makes 0 sense to me relative. They did the first phase by using that square footage. I think they should do the second phase in the same way. Having a basement would not influence the area at our home in comparison to our accessory buildings. Yet, assuming we had a basement is why phase 1 was approved and phase 2 was not. The utilized calculation creates a clear bias against homes without basements. But considering the crawl space in the calculation would be more fair in my mind and consistent and allow you consistent comparisons if you want the home and the accessory buildings to be the same alignment. Finally, as Jonathan stated, in my opinion, the need for the variance was not self-created because the initial approval of the gym structure and subsequent change in calculation for phase 2 got us into the situation where we're, 200 grand in and just want to get done and get it working. So those are the primary reasons we're requesting your approval for the variance from development standards to allow us to finish the recreation barn.
Thank you, Mr. Back. Are there
Thank
any
you.
questions for Mr. Back.
The permit for the first barn, the basketball, volleyball barn.
Yes,
Was issued before the ad on the lean-to. Is that correct?
correct.
And in both cases, there was an assumption that your house was more than whatever it is, 5,173 square foot. Is that correct?
Only in the first, I'm sorry, you're asking John.
Only in the first phase, yes, sir. So the issue that happened is we utilized the property record card to make our calculations, right? And skipping through a bunch of the weeds. When we were doing the calculation, they, as he mentioned, incorporated in error, they incorporated the crawl space numbers into the total square footage. Obviously, the crawl space was not total square footage, right? It's crawl space. Unfortunately, we did not catch that calculation error until his builder came back to amend the building permit that was issued for the original 3,000 square foot structure. Once he filed to amend that permit, that's when another one of our inspectors then got that amendment and was looking at the property record card. He caught the calculation error. And so that's where we're at. So we caught the error when their builder came to apply for the building permit for the lean-to, not when he applied for the 3,000 square foot building.
And the lean-to was the amendment that you.
The lean-to is the amendment. Yes, sir.
So why wasn't the lean-to just in the building originally?
Because are there any contractors in here? Contractors are really difficult. We put a pool in, we're still fighting them. We wanted to see him it's a steel barn kit. So it's not like he designed the steel barn, right? We bought the kit from a company in Phoenix. He just put it up. So we wanted to see him put it up successfully, get the concrete poured, get all that work done before we signed off on a second phase with that contractor. So we broke it up really just to kind of measure his ability to do it. So we didn't do it out of the gate because we had to rebuy a permit for our pool guy because he just disappeared. It's been our first building construction.
Yeah, I think the challenge for me as an architect is if you were going to use it as a recreation area, you had to have power and HVAC. And so that should have been factored into the original footprint of the original building, not into a subsequent phase. Because if you're going to use it as a recreation building, you have to have lights and you have to have HVAC.
Yeah, I mean, fair. I'm a crappy architect, which is why I don't do it. I understand. I'm
just trying to understand the methodology of why what I would call mission critical items to use your building as it was intended were put in a second phase.
Well, it's 10 and a half acres. You can't see it from the road. You can't see it from the house barely. We're out in the boonies. I never expected any issues with anything to stop it. I mean, naivety is probably part of that. I mean, I really didn't think it'd be a big deal. We started to mount the electrical box and then figured out it was going to be more electrical than we thought. And it's right in the court and the kids are going to hit it and run into it and hurt themselves. So then we said, well, we'll do it on the outside. So, I mean, Boone County came in and it's been an experience. They bored our electrical line out to there to put new electricity out there. So the intent was electrical. They rewired the old barn and then jumped it over to the new barn. And they hit our geo on the way out. So now I got 8 holes in my backyard trying to find geothermal lines. So it's awesome.
It's the thing about boring.
Yeah. Who knew? I didn't know.
So-
They said 6 foot, but they have to get to there, I guess, is the problem.
What's how do you use the existing barn? What is in that? That was there when you bought the property. Is
It
that-
was, yeah. It's an
And
old
how,
one.
how are you using that?
Mainly storage, a big lawnmower, ATV, lots of outdoor equipment, balls, storage, etc.
I have one other question. I see that the construction on the lean-to has already started.
Yes.
And that was done before there was a building permit, is that right?
Yes. I didn't understand that at the time, but yes.
So, okay, because clearly you had not been granted the building permit or your contractor had not been granted the building permit.
Yeah. So we we didn't realize that. So I actually called the office. It sat for a long time, that permit. We couldn't figure out why. So I called the office and said, hey, what's going on? And they said, well, it's all ready, except we got to get the septic check with the Boone County Health Department, which I was like, okay. So I called the Boone County Health Department. He explained the whole process to me. I don't think our GC understood most of that process. So then we paid, I don't know, another $700, $800 for soil samples out in the middle of the field to get that done. And then my contractor came to me and said, hey, he wants to get going on lean-to. He's separated the septic took the bathroom out basically, so he could get it done and get it started. And I didn't think to ask him, does that mean you got the permit? So I mean, it's on me, I get it. But we thought he separated that so he could get it up, because we've been just screaming at him because the barn's been done structurally up for months. I don't know how long. And we've got a pigtail to turn the lights on, but I mean, we can't put a floor in yet. We can't finish it till we get the HVAC problem and electrical problem solved.
Other
So
questions?
the original building permit on the 3,000 square foot pole barn had no electricity in it at all. There was no,
Well, that had electricity, you said they were gonna mount it on the inside.
Yeah, because I bored electric over there and stuff. It's terminated right where that garage door is that you see right there. It's in the ground right where the lean-to was, or right where the lean-to is. Because that was going to be the first 10 or 15 foot was going to be the utility section.
Other questions for the,
I don't know, empathy when, the error is on our side of the equation that at least permitted some of this to happen. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, even without the lean-to, the 3,000 square foot pole barn was going to put them over the limit. So they were, off and going on that. So our first mistake, I guess, was granting the permit to do that. So they've done that. Compounded with the 928 square foot lean-to. But I think we have imposed some of that hardship as a result of that. While it wouldn't ordinarily fit the definition of a hardship for us, we've caused a bit of a hardship for the petitioner. So I have a hard time just sticking with the strict interpretation of the hardship and how we treat that.
right?
I feel for you for having a contractor that was supposed to do things, that didn't. I personally feel for you.
So let me ask.
But that wasn't Zionsville's fault that there's no building permit for the lean-to. That would have triggered some of this earlier for you.
I agree, yeah.
So it's you're
Well,
right, it's a bit of both.
I think it did trigger this, actually. The building permit for lean-to did trigger this. It was just at what point.
It's already
or-
F, yeah.
Of course, whether he had started the construction or not is a moot point when you have a building of that size with no HVAC and no.
And
place to put it.
as soon as Justin, who's our contractor, called me and told me what was going on, and I called, I think, Jonathan right away. I mean, they haven't touched it since then. As soon as I knew we didn't have a permit in place, and B, we had this issue to resolve. And it takes a long time to get on your guys' schedule too. So
yeah,
it's just been sitting.
So remind me real quick, if they'd had a basement as you thought the square footage was originally calculated, would the lean-to have been allowed and not needed?
Oh, by 700 feet. I'm sorry, you asked Jonathan that.
Would have been allowed by 700 feet or would have been over by 700?
We would have had an extra, we could have gone 700 feet bigger.
So the assumption was safe the first time around.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me pull up the
My mouth.
record card real quick and I can
Done
tell
at
you.
10.
Because our house is very spread out, like our upstairs is small, so we're lots of surface area, if that makes sense. So it's spread out more.
So you had.
I think the crawl would be.
So as you can see on the property record card, there's all kinds of numbers and squares and boxes everywhere. So what we look at specifically is this calculation, I believe. right here, which this might not be the right parcel. I believe this is the right parcel.
They're not very clear for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, it's not the greatest, but that's what we have to go by.
I mean, I'm working on a church project right now that's got a 2-story sanctuary and they're counting it as having floor area, whereas it's open 2 stories.
So including the attic space, they're at 5,173, which was the number that we provided. And the existing accessory is 63, so minus. So without the proposed addition, right, they would be at 5416. And they currently have 5173 primary square feet. So roughly
300 over
250 to 300 above.
prior to the lean-to.
Prior to the lean-to.
No,
So-
that can't be right, because the crawl space, I mean, it says 2643 on there. Our first floor is 2643. Not counting the garage, right? Because that's not in that number. So that, I mean, the crawl is like 2,000 square feet. It's big.
The crawl space has got to be bigger than.
It's bigger than 250 feet for sure. Or square feet, sorry.
So this may be a moot point, actually, we're
Yeah.
discussing maybe a moot point, and it is late at night to be discussing.
Yeah,
points I would like to suggest. I want to ask if there's anyone either online or with us here in the room who would like to speak on this petition, either in favor or in opposition to it. Okay. So, thoughts?
I feel like, it's an unfortunate position to be in. We being Zionsville, halfway put him in. And you've got a building that's, an addition that's halfway finished. And I do think that while you can argue that having the additional square foot is not a hardship, we, by having a math error, put him in a position that has now created a hardship. And I know finances generally aren't seen as a hardship. But when you're in the middle of a project, they are in fact a hardship. Somebody saying they don't want to build over here, they want to build over here because they got to put, extra deep foundations, and that's, $5,000. That's not a hardship. But when you're like, hey, I've spent 200 grand or whatever you've spent, and I'm not done, and the only way I can get done is to do this. And we thought based on your calculation, we could do this. Like, I do think we've created a hardship.
Well, I also think if they had gone in to the planning office and said, this is what we want to do, and been told that this was going to require, that it was going to be over what was permitted, they might have rethought the plan, and perhaps they would have been able to
They lost
do
that
some
opportunity.
adjustments. They lost that opportunity. And now suddenly they're in a situation. I'm not enthused that the contractor went ahead without a building permit. I'd like to just say that that's cheeky in the extreme. To do that.
I think he owes you a big discount.
Irresponsible on his part, but still,
We own half of it at least.
some part of it. Some errors happen.
Yeah,
Part of
it does.
human condition.
Down there.
Yeah.
This is, I think the second, and I don't know how many years I've been on this board, but it's the second time when we kind of forced a hardship.
Right.
And I think we need to fess up to that, and let's not penalize the petitioners. Although we would like for you to be hard on the contractor. But
We absolutely will.
But I think in fairness, I don't think this is where we try to make certain that we follow the requirements of the ordinance, but rather be fair.
You were validated in just giving him a trial project before you did the second phase.
I definitely would like to not see that lean-to on the side of the building right now, but I tend to agree with everyone. Hey, we've got to put you in this situation.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
Unfortunately, we have.
Agree with staff on
I'll make-
point 1 and 2, though.
Boom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yes, thank you
Gotcha.
for saying that.
Yes.
So I'll make a motion. I move the docket number 2024-03-DSV Development Standards Variance pursuant to section 194.097C to permit the square footage of an accessory building to exceed the primary square footage for property at 8170 East 300 South be approved as presented and described based on the findings and staff report and staff recommendations, submitted finding of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good luck. I hope your journey with the contractor improves.
Thank you very much.
All right. You're welcome.
Make sure you don't proceed until I give you the results page.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, this might be worthy of some kind of report at school, how you spent the evening at this meeting, you know?
Why you're tired tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, so
Good. Good.
oh, all right, the last item on our agenda. Docket number 2024-04-UV. DCATS, a use variance to permit a large kennel facility in the rural single and two-family residential zoning districts. So, Mr. Smith, can we have the staff report, please?
Yes, ma'am. As you just mentioned, this is a use variance. Section 194082 is our list of permitted uses. We classify this as a large kennel, which is not listed as a permitted use or as a special exception in R2 zoning. Skipping to staff analysis, the petitioner is seeking a use variance to permit the large dog kennel in R2 property. The current land use currently has a single family residence with several accessory structures, as you can see on the side plan on the right side of your screen. Skipping to the comprehensive plan and evaluating the appropriateness of this proposed use, the existing surrounding uses in the town's comp plan should be considered. The comp plan recommends general agricultural, which was established to allow the opportunity for further rural residential development beyond the constraints of the agricultural preservation district. Skipping to traffic and parking, a traffic impact study was not required as part of this petition. Noise, I do want to focus on this because I've received some concerns from the neighbor specific to noise. Staff believes noise needs to be addressed because the property is zoned R2 and it also abuts another R2 zone property. The zoning ordinance requires the owner to adhere to buffer yard B, which would require a minimum buffer yard width of 10 feet. You can see all this on Exhibit 7 in your paper packets. The existing structure is roughly 55 feet away from the western property line, which means at a minimum, they could have a buffer that consists of 10 plants and one understory tree for every 100 linear feet. That said, large dog kennels are obviously not a permitted use in R2 zonings. They are allowed through the approval of special exceptions in Ag, I1, and I2. And staff wants to point out that buffer yard requirements in those zoning districts are much greater than the requirements in R2 zone properties. If the BZA is inclined to approve the request, staff recommends enhanced buffer requirements as a condition of approval to mitigate the impact on the single family dwelling, which is roughly 185 feet away from the kennel location. Historically, referencing timeline as part of the staff report, there has been
what they call a sunset clause or a sunset date on the use that you're approving, to where if the petitioner ever was to relocate or move off-site, the use was to go away. So you should consider that. I know historically y'all have. And so now skipping over to staff opinion, we offer the following. Question 1, the grant, in our opinion, will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. Staff agrees with the applicant, given the property's past use as a horse facility and the size of the property, the surrounding uses. Staff believes granting this variance will not be injurious to the public health and the general welfare of the community. Question 2, the use or value of the area adjacent to the property and the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Staff agrees with the applicant on this criteria for the following reasons. 1, the proposed use is located near other non-residential uses, specifically a fire station and a garbage dump just right down the street. 2, the property's past use as a horse facility. And 3, the size of the property allows for adequate buffering between kennels and the closest neighbor, again, roughly 185 feet away. Because of those reasons, staff agrees with the petitioner granting this variance will not adversely affect the adjacent properties. 3, the need for the variance arises from a condition particular to the property involved, and the condition is due to the general conditions of the neighborhood. Staff agrees with the applicant. The site is unique because of the size and existing structures already on site. The need for this variance is because the property zoning classification. The property is R2, which does not allow for large dog kennels by right or through special exception. These conditions are specific to the site and they create the need for the variance. So staff believes this criterion has been met. 4, strict application of the zoning ordinance does not constitute unusual and unnecessary hardship if applied for which the variance is sought, because staff does not agree with the petitioner in this criteria. First, the need for the variance is because the proposed use is not allowed in R2 zoning. This is not unusual. All zoning districts have uses that are not permitted by right. Strict application of the zoning ordinance would not be an unusual hardship. It just means the petitioner would need to find a more appropriate place for their large dog kennel. Second, unnecessary hardship is not self-created. The need for the use variance is being created by the petitioner's desire to operate a large dog kennel on the property. Property is zoned R2. Although large dog kennels are not permitted in R2, there are other permitted uses allowed in this zoning district. The zoning ordinance would allow for large dog kennels through special exceptions in property zoned Ag, I1, and I2, as previously mentioned. Because of those reasons, staff does not believe this criteria was met. Finally, number 5, the grant does not interfere substantially with the comprehensive plan. Staff agrees with the applicant on this criteria. The property is zoned residential. The comp plan would not allow for residential development on this property due to the airport area strategic land use plan. The comprehensive plan identifies this area as general agricultural, which the zoning ordinance would allow for large dog kennels and ag zone properties through the approval of a special exception. Because of this, staff believes this criterion has been met. With that, I believe I've hit all of my notes, so I will turn it back over to you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I do have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Previously, there was an equine facility on this piece of property, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was
I
that-
had the name of it.
Is that a permitted use in that R2 zoning?
No, so again, I don't have all of the history. I'm sure maybe Matt has some of it, but even if it wasn't, it would be considered legally non-conforming.
Right.
Because it was incorporated under our jurisdiction and it came in under our jurisdiction. Existing, right? So it's not like we was going to go out there and shut it down.
No, of course not. So I guess what I'm asking you is that this kennel would be replacing what was already a non-permitted use on that particular zoning category. Is that right?
Yeah, we can't. So we had a similar discussion, not specific to this use, but relative to another issue we were trying to address, accessory square footage to the primary residence. And we came to a similar conclusion that the structures or being used in a similar manner as what the existing or previously existing force facilities was being used. And so, yeah, that's how we interpreted it.
Right. Are there any other questions for Mr. Smith?
It appears this acreage is just over 12 acres.
17 acres.
17.4.
Okay. And well, looking at the property record cards, that shows you how accurate that is.
Oh, really?
And
Oh, yeah.
where to go?
Hmm.
Where was? Anyway.
Yeah, so the subject site does not go all the way. I'm sorry. This section right here is not part of this filing. It's not the entire Old Horse Farm. The property along.
It is
421.
That's our error. That's my error.
That is error. Okay, so it does go all the way to 421
Michigan Road.
or Michigan Road. Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So it's the same. as
The
this
red line
farm.
should go all the way to the road.
Okay.
And follow this. tree line
Okay,
here.
so GIS has that as two separate parcels. That's where the math error comes in.
So
Oh, interesting.
from a interpretation standpoint, they can be two separate parcels, but from a zoning perspective,
That's fine.
parcels that are adjoining, that are owned by the same owner, we consider that one continuous parcel.
Yeah, where I was going with that is I was trying to see if we were large enough to be considered a farm because I was gonna go down a different route.
Yeah.
And the property record card was only 12 whatever acres because it was only picking up that one parcel versus what you had was for both.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
If we have no further questions for Mr. Smith, then it looks like, Counselor, you're back.
I'm back.
Give your name and address for the record, please.
Certainly. My name is Matt Price. I'm here for the Love Pet Project and Denise Katz. Thank you very much. Can be, I think, fairly succinct in the proposal, but let me introduce the project. If you go to the first slide, the Love Pet Project is a animal rescue with a particular focus on animals in need of medical attention and then finding them forever homes. Denise is the inventor or founder of the project and is a doctor of veterinary medicine. And this is really her life's passion. If you go to the next slide, this shows the full parcel as Jonathan was mentioning, and we discussed there briefly. And I had the same thought, Mr. Lake, about is there a way we could get this to 20 acres and maybe give ourselves a little better ability to secure approvals to proceed with this project, but we're a little shy. But as you can see, the area doesn't really look like an R2 zoning that we would normally think of in Zionsville. It looks like it's not zoned correctly, to be candid. It's a large agricultural looking property. The comprehensive plan even calls for it to be agricultural. Has some interesting neighbors in the sense of to the immediate east, we've got the landfill, and then to the north is the Zionsville Fire Department, the old Union Township facility. And as we've discussed, the project or the property itself was formerly used for a horse stable. It is zoned R2, which in kind of a common understanding is kind of a medium density residential. It's in the definition, it calls for it to be adjacent to urban centers. This is not at all. Obviously, the primary use of an R2 is for single family and attached duplexes. And this is where I think we get into the discussion about, do we have a hardship here? And what extraneous factors constitute that hardship? So if you go to the next slide, this is a picture of the neighbors. That's actually standing right in front of the property and looking north to the fire department on the far right, landfill to the east. You can stand out there and you can hear from the western property line of this parcel, you can hear the activities occurring at the landfill very clearly. In addition to the noise from the US 421. If you go to the next slide, here's really the intervening factor on this project that makes it, we think, a hardship, which is that Denise originally bought this property back in 2019, 2020, I'm sorry, back in 2020. And then subsequent to that, the town went through a master planning process, amended its comprehensive plan, and adopted the airport study. And this property is smack dab in the pathway of Tier 1. And the Tier 1 prohibits any kind of new residential development within that overlay. And so while it is true to say that for example, the existing single family home continue to be put to that use? Yes. Could you have a single family home out there on this 17.5 acres, more or less? Yes. But is that a reasonable conforming use, given that it's 17.4 acres of R2, which is going to give you somewhere between 8 and 20 homes if you weren't underneath the Tier 1. So the Tier 1 amendment substantially restricts the permitted use of that property for the very purpose to which it's zoned, which is for a residential use. And so what we've tried to do is, if you go to the next slide, is utilize the existing improvements to use it for the animal rescue, and just kind of going around the horn. Building 1 is where we would have the indoor kennel activities. We're showing a proposed parking lot southeast of that area. Item 2, or building 2, is an existing horse barn that would remain. I was out there earlier this week, and there are horses on the property today. Those would continue. There's folks who like to use it for pasture and activities, given its equestrian past. And item 3, the existing residence is to remain and be a house for the caretaker of the property to reside. And then we have a small existing detached garage, which is building 4, that would just continue to be used for some small storage. If you go to the next slide, this shows a floor plan for the kennel itself. And we would be going through development plan approval subsequent to this. Then go to the next slide. This is a discussion of the findings, and really, I think the one that we're going to be most focused on is the item 4, the unnecessary hardship. I think the intervening factor that this petitioner really doesn't have any control over is the placement of the property under the Tier 1, which restricts really the majority of the permitted R2 uses, and that has been enforced. I mean, that's, as you know, from the Plan Commission, it's not just an advisory document or designation, but it has been applied to individual parcels that, for example, have sought to subdivide. And the reason I gave you the range on the number of lots that would otherwise be permitted if this were to be subdivided and kind of put to its highest and best use, at least as it's currently zoned, is depending on whether it's connected to utilities or not. I think the range in it was in the staff report. So it ranges from 0.5 homes per acre without public water and sewer, and to 1.75 homes per acre with public and sewer, public water and sewer. There's quite a range there, but certainly one house on 17 acres is highly restrictive in the R2 zone. If you go to, I think that may be it. Go to the next. Yeah, that's the basis for the use variance. We thought the comments were very thoughtful on the noise, and we are certainly agreeable to commitments along these lines, which is we would commit to an enhanced buffer yard above minimal B level buffer yard, which is what would be existing today. We would enhance that to a buffer yard G. Secondly, our plan is to, and we would commit to this, is to install noise attenuating insulation in the kennel itself. And then thirdly, we would have no, animals would not be allowed to be outdoors after 6 p.m. And that's another commitment that we would certainly offer to make, to be respectful of the neighbors and take into consideration the items noted in the staff report with regard to noise.
Sorry, could I just ask a question? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, no.
Drew, would you put up his presentation again? I'd like to see where the kennel is located. I didn't clearly see. And so are you boarding are horses being boarded there, the ones that are there on site, or are they?
The horses are
personal?
over here. And the dogs are there.
Yeah.
So Denise Katz and I live at 385 West Oak. But my personal horse is on the property, but I also allow neighbors to bring their horses there throughout the day. If they don't have, I guess, pastures to graze, I allow them to graze on my property.
Oh, that's nice of you. That's nice. So help me.
Number two is horses. Number
Right.
one is dogs or.
Dog.
Kennel.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the kennel.
So there was an indoor arena in that building and that will be made into kennel. And so the closest neighbor is the one that is there to the west. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
No,
the
I'm
person
guessing they're
that,
sitting back there.
so we'll
Right.
have a
we
chance
didn't
to hear from them. So, okay, any other questions from Mr. Price or? Yes, Ken? Go ahead.
Two things. You said something about all animals be put away at 6 p.m. Do you mean just the dogs, or are you gonna have horses, goats, donkeys, everything put away at?
No, just the dogs. The horse
Just the
lives
dogs,
outside.
okay. I wanted to clarify that.
And there's goats that do live outside as well.
And then when you start saying horses, goats, ponies, dogs, I'm hearing more of an animal rescue than a dog kennel. Is this an animal rescue or a dog kennel?
The goats are my personal animals and so is the horse.
Okay, so it's not. we're
They
not
just live
rescuing
on the
goats
property,
and
correct.
Farm animals and bringing them
Yeah, I
out.
have 3 goats, 1 horse.
Okay, thank you.
Are do the dogs have outdoor run all day long then?
The intention is to have indoor outdoor runs, and based on whether or not they're allowed would be whether or not they'd be allowed to have access throughout the day. I mean, we want to be considerate of our neighbors.
If they're good dogs and don't bark a lot, they could spend a lot of time outside.
Until 6 p.m. and then we would lock up all the doors.
Okay, thank you.
So it's not a traditional boarding kennel. It's really just the dogs you're
Correct.
rescuing and treating. And so it won't be a lot of people coming and going.
No, just staff, where the parking lot would be proposed right next to the structure. And we do not allow any and will not allow any of the general public on the property. We do operate out of a facility on 11818 Sycamore Street, and that's where we do all of our adoptions. And actually, that's where our business is headquartered or located.
So is there a fairly rapid turnover then among the dogs and?
Correct. Our average in-house is 13 days.
Oh, that's great.
How many dogs would you have on site at any one time?
Probably 80.
80?
That's including puppies, not adult dogs only. And we are majority puppy.
Okay. And then the dogs that are allowed outside, are they going to be restrained at all? Or are they going to allow them to roam freely?
They'll be in kennels, like indoor outdoor runs.
Okay.
And then we have play yards where we allow them to play together in groups, but those are always facilitated by 2 to 3 employees. And then they're put back.
Okay.
And that's also in fenced in yard.
Okay.
Can we hear from the neighbors?
I do. I think it's, if there's anyone here who would like to speak either, please come forward and you would give your name and address. I'm sorry, it's been such a long night.
Entertaining.
Cheaper than a movie, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah.
You want to go first?
Before we
First of
get,
all, we don't want to be here.
yeah.
We like Denise, we like what she's doing, but we have the nicest house in Zionsville. We own just short of 14 acres. It's absolutely gorgeous. We love it because it's quiet. There was a horse farm. There were 2 horse farms.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but would you
And
give your,
Marie Nelson, 9755 and 9705, it's 2 properties, Zionsville. So we bought it because we loved it.
Could
and
you
we
speak
met
into the
the
microphone,
lease.
please?
Oh, sorry, I'm pretty loud usually, so.
Thank you.
We love the peace and quiet. We're obviously not from Zionsville, right? But we love the deer, the birds. It's just spectacular. And the grazing horses, when we moved in, when we purchased it, we purchased the original 05 first. We cleared the land. We came to this board several times, built our dream house. The things I do want to point out right at the gate is we live there. We live at this house 24 hours a day. Denise doesn't live there. Nobody lives in that house. So that house is already being used for these animals in addition to one of those small structures. So there are already barking dogs. So when we built our house, we have a front porch, which we don't use anymore because of the dogs. We have a back porch that's on that side of the property that we don't use because it's noisy. So it's not that we want to be bad neighbors. We like you guys. It's not right. It's just not right. Dogs bark. Building storages are quiet. And look at all the excitement that one storage building created. Mine barks. And 6 o'clock at night, I don't know if you want to stay up till 6. So I don't think so. It was peaceful and quiet. R2 is for residences, not kennel facilities. We live there. That was a house. We had the opportunity to buy it and we didn't. We probably should have in hindsight. So again, those out barns are already including dogs. So this is an expansion of more dogs. I've already put in a barrier. I don't know how many trees I bought. I probably shouldn't bring it up. That doesn't do anything. I've never heard, I've heard 421. I never heard the dump. So I don't know what you're referring to. I do hear trucks. But I don't hear any of that. Barking dogs, yes. So cars on the road, it's just not designed for that. But that's kind of what I had. You've got the facts.
Thanks. Yeah, we moved, we
Sorry,
bought this property.
Your name,
Oh, I'm sorry,
For the
Eric
record.
Nelson, 9755 East 100 South and 9705 East 100 South. I was going to start out by asking for a continuance before we went too far down the road because this was mailed out
2 weeks ago today.
on the 21st. We were out of the country starting on the 19th.
We only heard about this 2 days ago.
Yeah, we only got this
So I
letter
don't have any
2 days
research
ago.
on, you know, what is the impact of all this noise? Where does all this waste go? What, you know, what else is involved here? It's not just
Yeah.
puppies, so.
Yeah,
But
we have some talking points, but
the property value, of course, like everybody else talks about, nobody wants to live next door to the noisy kennel. Oh, sorry, I thought you heard me. Property value is, of course, an issue, but really the noise is the biggest one. And I know you can insulate, but what about ventilation? And where's all that ventilation going? Where's all that waste going? Where's all the medical waste? I mean, we're assisting ill dogs, so I don't know. I mean, I have one of Denise's dogs. They're great dogs, but I didn't want to live next to 80 more dogs. That's in addition to what's there now. So I thought we were nice. We never complained. And now I see this and I'm really, really disappointed.
So just to be clear, there are already a number of dogs in that, on that property.
yeah, and the question is, how many more dogs are going to be there with the additional building of that big barn? You know, that's a big question for me. As was said, kennels are not allowed in Zionsville. I think we've been good not complaining about it up to this point. And we've tried to be good neighbors. I've helped her people out. She's helped us out. But there is a point where we can't enjoy our own property. Because he's talking about 185 feet from our home. Just going outside should be part of our property. We shouldn't have to worry about staying inside our house. We like to walk around our property. We like to do things. And the closest kennel to the property line is probably 8 feet from the property line where the sick dogs are kept right now.
Is that building 4 that I'm looking at here?
I'm sorry?
Is that building number 4 that I'm looking at here that you're referring to?
There's dogs in 4.
There are. There's dogs in the house. There's dogs in building 4. I'm not sure what's in the old horse barn. But we know it's going into number 1 also.
Are there questions for the demonstrators?
You know, the comment was brought up as well that so many homes could be put on this area. There's a lot of wetland there. You can't build homes
Yeah,
up
you
there.
can't.
We have the same swamp.
Yeah, he's talking about 8 to 40 homes. That could never happen. What? You did. You said 8 to 40.
But even 20 people.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments.
All right.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for?
Somebody else wants to speak for or against?
Yes, please.
I'm Nick Laviolette. I'm across the street at 9860 East 100 South. Just want to say that I am in support of this. They are fantastic neighbors. There are already a lot of dogs that they're caring for out there, and every once in a while I hear a dog barking. To be honest, I hear my neighbor's dog to the west more than I hear their dogs, and there are a number of dogs. I'm not concerned about this. And she came and talked to me to explain everything that she was trying to do. The building is already there. In my opinion, the building's already there. It's going to be soundproofed. It's going to be improved. She's going to enhance the property, and the new noise that's already there will be reduced even more than it already is. So I'm in support of it. And they're great neighbors.
Thank you.
That's
for
it.
your comments. Thank you.
You are the neighbor that is north and west from.
Just directly north, direct north, right across the street.
Okay. How close are you to building number 1? Do you have any idea?
I'll measure it for you right now.
500. I don't know, maybe 500 feet or something.
615 feet.
I was close.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good. Other comment? Good. Thank you. If you give your name and address for the record,
Well, it's
please.
almost good morning. So my name is Jeremy McLean. I'm at I actually live at 5685 West, 400 South in Jamestown. I'm a captain with the Boone County Sheriff's Office. I oversee the enforcement division, and one of the things that I oversee that falls under my purview is the animal control division. And we partnered with Dr. Katz within the last year to assist us with our animal control program, primarily with our dogs. We were running into some issues last year with our kennels ourselves. Obviously, you know, with the growing of the county and everything, we're seeing more and more stray dogs and loose dogs and things like that. We were running into issues with, you know, we have a kennel in our facility, but it's not a long-term facility for dogs. So, you know, we can't house them there for long periods of time, which we were running into last year. On average, last year, we were holding dogs for about 4 weeks. Which we at the sheriff's office was paying, you know, employees to go out there, you know, 3 times a day to walk these dogs and take care of them and stuff like that. Our longest occupant last year was 3 months. And that was actually the first dog that Dr. Katz took in for us. So we've partnered with them. So at this time right now, we transfer any stray dog that's not claimed over to the Love Pet Project. They provide medical care for that dog and then help us put it up for adoption. So this year, we've brought in 22 dogs, 10 of which have been taken to the Love Pet Project. So that's 45% of them. Right now, our turnaround time for a dog is less than a day. And our longest stay up to this point of this year is 3 days. And that was on a weekend. So Dr. Katz's, I think, approving this would be obviously a big benefit to the entire county because she's helping, us with these stray dogs, not only with finding them homes, but she comes to our facility and helps treat the dogs that we do bring in. And she does this for no cost. So this is no cost to the taxpayers.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Could I ask a question? You said your turnaround time, is that the time from when you're notified until you pick a dog up?
Yes, when a dog's brought into our facility, right now, they're less than a day. So, I mean, if it's a dog that's brought in that's owned, typically they're picked up within a few hours. But on average, if it's a stray and we know it's a stray, they're at her facility with, in less than 24 hours and they're treated and all that good stuff.
Wasn't sure what your turnaround was. Thank you.
Tony Harris, Sheriff of Boone County, 347 North 700 East Union Township. Just to hit on a few things that Jeremy hit on as well. We have one ACO, Animal Control Officer for this county, but that ACO covers Zionsville, Whitestown, Lebanon, Jamestown, Advance, and Thorntown. So what Dr. Katz is doing is exactly what he's saying is it's only helping the county is what she's doing. So I too support what Dr. Katz and this project that she's trying to do as well. I'll take any questions.
Questions? Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I do have a question for you, Mr. Price or Dr. Katz. Is there a plan to do any sound amelioration in the kennel that you're talking about building? Because what I'm hearing from at least some of your neighbors is that they find the sound of the barking quite disturbing to their lives.
Absolutely. So that's one of the reasons we want to move all the animals into that building. So it's not an additional 80. It is the 80 we have on the property now we want to put in that building. And you turn that residence, like he said, into a caretaker. I already have 2 people who are going to move in there and be on the property. But not only are we going to have the soundproofing and the insulation, but we're also going to have it inside each room as that's what's comfortable for the dogs too. They don't want it to be loud in there either. And typically we aren't loud. I mean, I've been in communication with them for 3.5 years and every time I ask them, is it noisy? Eric tells me it's not. And so it's actually quite a surprise that there was an issue because I spoke to him 2 months ago and it was fine. So I'm a little bit upset as well because that wasn't an issue before. So our hope is.
You need to come back up to the mic, please.
My husband is hearing impaired. He wears hearing aids or should. You should have talked to me.
Okay. But so the intention is to make it better for everybody. Also, the side of the building, if you noticed in the plans, that's closest to their home is intended for veterinary space. So no animals will be housed over there. It's all on the far side. Again, all done in intentions to make it a more pleasant experience for everybody and hopefully still be able to run the project.
And with the understanding that any dogs who are out in the outside runs who are overly
boisterous or noisy,
noisy would be brought back inside so that
we don't like those either.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think the dogs themselves like it.
Exactly. So, yeah. And we do use sedatives on dogs that are extremely noisy. Ones typically, unfortunately, are the ones that Boone County brings us up. But like we have a husky right now that I do have on sedatives because I am trying to make sure that it's not bothering anybody.
Yeah. Other questions for?
Is it possible to keep the dogs contained inside 24/7? I know that that's not the most desirable, but I empathize with barking dogs because I have a neighbor that's 250 feet away, and my 6 o'clock alarm are their dogs barking at something, anything. And if you have 80, they're all 80 barking. I mean, these 2 can't and one won't shut up because the other one's still barking. And so I empathize with the annoyance of that. So if you only have them, if your average length of time there is 10 days, what if they spend all 10 days inside?
It just does a huge disservice to the animal. Their mental capacity, it just deteriorates very quickly. But also to the future owner, because now they're learning to soil themselves in their kennels instead of being potty trained. And so then we're going to get them back because they're not going to be able to potty train them. So I am on the property. I don't live there, as they stated, but I've been there till 10 p.m. this whole entire week. They're not barking. You can hear coyotes quite loudly, and you can hear other dogs barking that are at somebody else's house. But for the most part, our dogs aren't barking in the middle of the night. I know that because I am there up until a certain point sometimes. I do arrive early as well. I'm usually on the property by 6:30 in the morning. And they're not barking when I get there. Now they do bark when they're excited and they get let out in groups, and that typically happens between I would say 8:30 and 9:30, 10 in the morning. Happens again between 12 and maybe 2, somewhere in that neighborhood, and then again right before we leave. So there's 3 times where they're outside in play group, never lasting more than, I would say, an hour in total.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that, that training phase, you probably don't want them inside where a future owner is not going to want them to be doing their business. But when you say they're not barking, they're not when they're inside. I think it's fairly typical. Dogs are not likely to bark when they're inside, but put them outside, especially with other dogs. I think that would drive me crazy. So I don't know if I'm an oddball or not, but it is not a pleasant thing.
I agree, but I would argue that ours aren't that noisy. Like I said, I'm there every day when they're being let out. And if we do have barking dogs, my staff are instructed to separate, put some of them in, make smaller play groups, all those kind of things to try and mitigate noise. I'm not going to lie and say there's no barking, because they're dogs. But we do everything in our power to mitigate that noise. And I think, as you heard from our other neighbor, they don't hear it either.
It's a trained ear. My wife doesn't hear the dogs, and she claims I'm hard of hearing, but I can hear those dogs.
Try having a neighbor with donkeys. That's even more.
Oh, yeah.
Obnoxious, but
Yeah.
they have the right to have them.
Or roosters.
Yeah. on
Okay,
farm,
let's
you get a
not
lot.
go down that path. Okay. So, other questions, or are we in a place where we can discuss that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate the job that the officers do. They do a good job. Denise does a good job. But I think we have to remember that none of those people live there. It's, again, we are not, when we step out during the day, it's just not the night time. When we step out during the day, we are impinged from enjoying our property because of the amount of noise that's there. So, I mean, that's all really I want to say, that, I think she does a great thing for the animals. But I think our rights have to be looked on as well.
You have something further comment? Step up to the mic, please.
Nick Laviolette, 9860 East 100 South. I actually have a question with the airport. What do you call that? With not being able to, no new residences being able to be built there. What would be approved in the future? So if we can't have this, or they can't have this, does that open the door for a commercial use directly next to us, where the floodplain towards the back of the property would push some sort of commercial use in the future up towards the front of the property, which is close to our house, probably has lighting, Because the comprehensive plan was is proposed ag in the future. And that maybe opens it up to other things in the future that are much worse.
Well,
So-
there's an upcoming comp plan, renovate, update,
Mhm.
and then likely a zoning code update based on that. And the current comp plan does state that, more commercial uses are what they would want to see in those areas. So, not to speculate, but you could probably end up with a zoning code in the future that supports a commercial application in that area.
Okay. And that's what I thought.
Yeah, given the landfill, given the fire station, given the overlay for the tier 1.
And I appreciate that she's not asking for a rezone to something, something of higher impact, and it's tied to her and her use of the property.
So this is R2 right now, correct?
Yeah.
Which means you can't even have a farm on this anymore. You can't have a horse farm on this property.
Well, the horse farm was a legally
Legally non-conforming because it's been there for 40, 50, or for quite some time. But currently, right now, you couldn't even have a horse farm or a farm on this property.
Even though it's comp
But you
plan
can't
says
build
that.
houses either because it's underneath the airport right.
And I think that's where, I think, Matt, you have a creative argument on your hardship. One that I probably would say that I do support, because with that overlay, you've taken away the landowner's ability to use it as an R2, which is what it's zoned as.
Right.
And so if they can't use it as an R2, what can they use it as? Yes, a single family residence, but with that property being zoned R2, they would have been afforded the opportunity to develop that in some form or fashion, to make money off of it if they wanted. She's not asking to make money off of this. She's, this is obviously a charity, as is noted. So regardless of whether or not it's appropriate to the neighbors, I'm not trying to go there in this comment. But I do feel like there is a unique hardship given the application of the tier 1 designation after the individual had purchased the property.
Agreed.
I would also agree. My biggest concern is that we have neighbors who are finding this really impinges on their use of their property, and how to ameliorate that.
Don't disagree.
Because I think without that, I would say this is probably a good use for this property. I would also agree with Mr. Smith's comment about perhaps doing some kind of a sunsetting so that we're checking in again at a period of time to be sure that it's as it should be. But I also don't think it's fair to inflict, I have dogs, I've always had dogs, and I know that dogs bark because that's kind of what so how to ameliorate that a bit so that it's not become such a problem for the neighbors. And
did you ever consider using building 2 for the kennel and building 1 for the stables to get the dog? You're gonna have to come up here to answer that. To get the dogs further away from the residents.
Yes, I had somebody come look at the buildings and it's just not structurally sound to change it. This was the better one. That was originally I wanted to do 2.
Okay.
Would there be the possibility of adding another building closer to 421? It's far away. I realize that probably wouldn't be as convenient for staff and for other things, but there's a fairly sizable distance between 1 and near 421. That's also an additional expense.
She's gonna be limited by the floodplain on a lot of that property.
Well, not if you stay far enough north though.
Not to the north here. You're right.
Is enough room to build, but again, like you said, kind of the expense, it is a not-for-profit. So I've been penny pinching for 3.5 years to try and, redo this barn. But also, I guess, when I was sitting here listening to everybody else talk, I figured we wouldn't even be an option because we have our outbuilding, outweighs how big our house is or whatever.
Yeah, the other thing you run into is when you move over to that side, you start to get in the Michigan Road overlay. I think it still probably goes up that far. So then there are other requirements about design styles and materials and all of these, yeah, other lovely things. Does,
It's existing, I mean, it is being used as a farm. Farms have lots of dogs on them, they have lots of animals on them, they bark. If it were still a farm, a whole bunch of animals could have been added on here that would have been loud and smelly. And
Probably not 80 dogs. I mean,
But
a
no,
farm dog.
not 80 dogs,
And even
but
horses make
you know.
noise, but they don't make noise in the same way that
30
dogs.
pigs or, and I mean, it could.
80 hogs are gonna.
Yeah, you'd be surprised
Trust me.
how much more, 400 chickens make noise and smell.
80 new feeder calves are gonna sound a whole lot worse than
Yeah,
Well.
some dogs, but.
and the comp plan says ag.
We did, pardon the interruption, but we did write out the noise and landscaping related commitments that might be helpful to see what we, at least to document what we are prepared to commit to.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Price.
I feel for the neighbors, but if you move in next to a farm. Not a kennel.
the challenge? Like,
It is. No, but it could have been,
Yeah.
those same owners could have put other animals on there.
There are lots of undesirable things about living in the country. That's true. I've lived in my
Yeah.
country.
Yeah.
But there is a difference, I think. Horses don't make much noise. They make more manure than they make noise, but and cows, they all have some downside. But unless you're right there with them, most of the time it's not that intrusive. But dogs are, or anything that makes a loud noise, and the way dogs bark can be very difficult to live with. And I think the project is wonderful. When I saw this, I thought, what a perfect use. I mean, but I know what it's like to live near barking dogs, and I don't blame them for not wanting that.
This won't stop the barking dogs, though. There'll still be a lot of dogs there. They just won't be in an insulated building. That's sort of the choice.
Will be inside.
Way to reach some kind of a amenable compromise or conclusion.
The only compromise I can see in my mind, now I know how I feel about this, and I've stated that. I think that if the majority of the board wishes to approve this, I would suggest a relatively short sunset period, even though they're going to have some expense in preparing it, to allow this to exist for some period of time. But again, that would be only if approved.
Are you thinking like a 12-month sunset?
Well,
That's an
time
awful
frame?
short window.
That's a short
I'm just
window
throwing it
for-
out as
I
an
know, I mean,
example.
that's a lot
so.
of investment for such a short
Yeah.
window to only have. Because remonstrance would then kill would kill it on a sunset.
What is the expense? I mean, I know that there's a lot of revision in that building. And
It's $400,000.
okay, and are there ways that subsidize that doesn't come right out of your, no, there's no such thing as grants or sheriff
I mean, there
department
are,
deep
but they're
pocket
hard to
or
get.
something?
Yeah, you're talking about maybe $5,000, that you're gonna get.
Either way, I would talk to the Boone County Community Foundation. I think you have a very compelling case for a grant, regardless of what happens.
But is there something magical about the number when you talk about 80 dogs? Is there something magical about that number?
That's just what we tend to have. It can be less than that too.
But
Currently there.
I don't
But
know whether
that's
that.
kind of where we have like the space for, I guess I should say.
And I don't know whether having 60 dogs or 50 dogs changes the amount of noise that the neighbors could be hearing, but, and whether that's even feasible. Obviously, you have a point at which it's useful and important and profitable, and a point at which it's not. So,
Yeah.
We have a waiting list that's
oh,
forever long to get in, so.
I'm sure.
It's more the need as opposed to money or anything like
But
that. It's hard to say no when there's a dog that needs help.
Yeah.
We're also making a large generalization that every dog barks constantly. I've owned dogs that have never, I've seen dogs that don't bark. I mean, they're just, certain dogs do bark. I'm sure you could tell us this, but some dogs are just more quiet, timid dogs.
Yeah, and there are certain breeds that, we're aware of, like huskies and things like that, that are extremely noisy, and we try and do our best. Like I said, we sedate them if we need to. And that's actually what we're sedating right now, is a husky that we got from Boone County. But the majority of what we have are puppies in that number. And puppies tend to be very quiet. They haven't learned to be boisterous and barking yet. And I would say typically we have about 20 adult dogs on property and the rest are puppies. And most of those adult dogs are small breed. So we usually have like 5 to 6 large breed dogs because that's all we have space for. And then we have the rest are small breed or medium.
Could you put the large breed dogs in barn too?
We do when they're really noisy. It's not ideal because they're in a horse stall, but again, we're trying to be considerate.
And sometimes the smaller dogs are the little terrier dogs are the ones that
their voices just don't carry as far. So.
Had some of those.
Yeah, neighbor 2 houses over with a Boston Terrier. If I try and sleep with my window open at night in the summer.
Yeah.
So are we in a place where we can get some kind of resolution here before
before tomorrow?
I think it's almost tomorrow.
It is close.
So, what do we?
Just make sure we answer the questions 1 through 5. So I know what to put.
I think what we're discussing is whether the use or value of the adjacent property is affected in a substantially adverse manner. I think question number 2 is what we're discussing. I would say that, as Mr. Lake mentioned, the argument about the unusual and necessary hardship is a unique argument with the R2 zoning and the airport overlay and the lack of ability to put any kind of a residential development there. But I think the big question in my mind is whether this is going to be adversely affecting the neighbors that are directly to the west. So if there's some way to ameliorate that so that there are no
Finding number 1 speaks to address that particular concern, if you could read that again.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, finding number 1 says it won't be injurious. I guess the number 2 says that, for me, it's the use. The use of the adjacent property could be substantially affected in an adverse manner.
Right.
So I'm fine with 1. I mean, I don't think it's going to be injurious. But I think the use would substantially affect them in an adverse manner. And I love this project. I think it's great. I'd love to see it go through. That's just number 2 is the one that I just can't. I think it will adversely affect. And then to Kathy's comment, I do think there is a hardship, given the tier 1 overlay.
I would agree with that. I think that it's the use of the area adjacent, which is really in my mind suspect. But I think the hardship is probably, I could be comfortable that it would create a hardship to deny in that respect. But I can point to the adjacent use is what I have. a problem with.
Yeah, I really wish this were not an R2. I wish it were egg because,
Yeah.
then you.
And you'd say everybody there should know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, the comp plan and the zoning to Mr. Price's comment, and just, they don't, that's a weird alignment that probably should have never been and was probably ill-informed, from the get-go.
Yeah.
You're right, it's the R2 zoning on this property that really doesn't make sense how it got to R2 all the way up there, but
Yeah.
Or,
it is.
yeah.
I think that area is exceptionally rural still. There are still a lot of farms in that area. There's cattle farms within a half mile of that farm. There's cattle dogs within a half mile of that farm. It's still being used. So while it might be R2, it sure,
Yeah.
the characteristic of that area is exceptionally ag.
But I would say that, and it would make me sad if this project was not approved and then that horse farm property essentially gets used. I mean, unless somebody
It becomes
comes along
Michigan
with
Road.
horses and wants to own it,
Yeah.
because it has no other use aside from, commercial eventually happening. But what I wonder is if the building which was housing the dogs were not right at the property line, essentially, very close to the property line. If it were, as you mentioned, further in the center of the property, farther away, where there might be some chance that it wouldn't be so directly impacting the neighbor to the west.
I think the use, if we approve, would be improved, honestly, and allow that building to be improved, facilities to be improved. Otherwise, it's still a rural property that could have a bunch of farm dogs with their farm and without doing anything. And
Yeah.
I don't see that
Believe it or not,
the
that-
use being different substantially.
When that
With the
was a
approved-
horse farm, I grew up taking product over there and they had very big dogs that were barking and
Bark all
very
the
mean.
time,
It was
yeah.
gated off. You
Yeah.
didn't go in there because the dogs were barking and mean.
Right.
So.
Farms have equipment that runs and all sorts of things that are very loud and that's just accepted.
I was just
So-
going to see if the petitioner, when you had somebody look at this second building, did you get an estimate on what that building would cost to renovate? I know that you decided to go with building one, but did you get an estimated cost on building two?
They essentially, they did not give me a cost, but they pretty much told me that the beams that are holding it in are rotted at the bottom and I would have to replace pretty much the whole building.
So is it a pole barn, essentially?
No,
It's a heavy
it
timber,
has, I guess, I'm not, I don't know that kind of
Specialist.
stuff. But it's just, a normal horse barn. Maybe it's a pole barn. I don't know.
It's pole barn, if I remember from 20 years ago.
It hasn't
was
changed.
rotting out 20 years ago too, so.
Correct.
Well,
Somebody make a motion for us
we're gonna
tomorrow.
be here tomorrow morning at 8:00. Still sitting there.
Yeah, I've made my quota for today.
I think,
So the only two questions I have unanswered are 4 and 5. I've got it will not for number 1, number 2, it will. Number 3, there is a hardship. Number 4 and 5, I need you to respond.
I would say it does not interfere with the comprehensive plan, in my view.
yeah, I would agree with 5, this does not. Yeah.
I think it does, and answer to 4, it does constitute an unusual and unnecessary hardship.
It is a hardship.
It was 3, not 4.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's,
I think you're correct on 3.
yeah.
Yeah, I think yeah. So 2's the sticking point for some of us.
Question is it a big enough sticking point to deny the petition or not? Or are there things that can be done, as I say, to ameliorate?
I don't know how you do it in that location.
I mean, it's conjecture, but if it's denied, would you need to find another facility for this and sell this property to?
There is one.
I don't want to have to think about that because I love being in Zionsville,
I know.
but the next property would probably be in Westfield. There's one I kind of have an idea of, but I'd have to move out of Zionsville.
Kathy?
Yes.
There is one thing, and that the dogs can be debarked.
Debark?
I know.
No,
That
that's
is.
so mean.
Oh,
I'm not suggesting it, but I'm saying if there is some way to ameliorate the noise, that is.
They
Awesome.
still bark with debarking and it's mean.
yeah. So I was going to say, I would not advocate that. I
Okay.
didn't even realize there was such a
I
thing.
just don't think it's like a regular kennel. With all
I,
what
I have a
I've been to
question.
medical kennels, they're
Okay.
quieter.
It's 11:55.
Sorry.
We found out about this 2 days ago. It was mailed to us 2 weeks ago. You told my husband somebody was moving into the house. Okay, well,
Okay. So your
okay.
point,
Regardless, can we come back? I mean, you're clearly on the fence. I'd like to do a little more research as well. I guess I don't understand why it can't stay operating the way it is. I mean, we're already taking in dogs. You're housing the dogs. What difference?
This would help.
I don't really seeing it help establishing a kennel next to my house, that is actually closer to my house. You're right behind the ball.
But if they're already there and they're not in an acoustically treated space.
Yeah, that's why we don't like it.
Yeah.
So
but-
we're gonna
but
get
what you're saying
more of
is-
them.
The way no, you wouldn't get more of them. She's saying that number of dogs are already there.
there.
So what if
There's not 80 dogs next to my house. There's only about 12 of them that are in those little outdoor runs. Now we're going to put a whole lot more in outdoor runs from what I saw on a picture. I don't think we're really being very transparent here.
So why don't we make a motion to continue?
Motion to
Continue.
continue. All right, if with that, that would give you a chance to do your research and then perhaps we can do a little discussing about, I think our
Who's asking for?
our sense is that there's a lot about this that we like. Just based on our conversation here, you're probably hearing that. But there is a question about how we can ameliorate the effects of having that many dogs. And so,
Maybe
Is that
some misunderstanding about what the plan
right,
were to do.
also. So.
I think I'm
um,
suggesting a continue.
You're suggesting, okay.
Yeah.
So just in case
We
this
can do
goes
that.
down.
Yeah,
the road.
well, I think the notice was noticed correctly. However, given that the neighbors were out of town,
I just
giving
wanna make
everybody a chance to come back and have a chance to talk about
I just
this.
want to make sure they're not requesting, the demonstrators are not requesting.
I'm suggesting
We're
it,
on-
and also
we're
so
requesting.
that, given the time, we're all a little brain dead at this point, and so.
Great.
So I move, so I'm gonna get this done before it's tomorrow. I move the docket number 2024-04-UV use variance to permit a large kennel facility at 9855 East 100 South Zionsville be continued to the April 11th, 2024 BZA meeting.
So
Thank you,
moved.
Mr. Lake. Thank you, Mr. Fodor. Any more discussion?
Who seconded that? I'm sorry. Okay.
Mr.
Joe.
Fedor?
All right, very good. All in favor of continuing till next hearing next month?
Aye.
Say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The good news is you'll be very early on the agenda.
You'll be
So,
first.
I think- Lordy, Lordy.
Matt, do you want this back?
What do you do with, do you recycle? I don't have, no, I'm not. bringing this home.
Actually adjourned.
No, we gotta.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if we did that, but the other thing would be, please remember that next month's meeting is not on a Wednesday. It is April 11th, which is a Thursday.
Right.
All right, so it's
Oh,
not
okay.
on our regularly scheduled
Yeah.
timeframe. But I also don't think we adjourned. But yeah,
Oh, I move to adjourn.
What did you say?
Second.
Oh,
Second.
great.
there we go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Jonathan.